Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I hope everybody is doing well. How are you? Hello, Chicken. Hello, FM. And also, Anime Fan. Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hope everybody is doing well. How is everybody doing? How's everybody on this early morning? Or late night, depending on where you are in the world. I could have stayed up late last night, but I went to bed at a reasonable time. And then ended up staying up a bit later than I expected, so... You've got a little bit of tired, Anna, but that's okay. I'm ready to learn. Nick as well, hello! As you may have been able to tell, especially with the title, but also the game that's in the title, the Sunless Skies won the poll. I think maybe about... It gave me percentages, but I think about 2 people voted for No Man's Sky. I will get back to that eventually, don't you worry. Nick, oh wait, I've already said Nick. Ha! I saw your Goya pop up as well. Hello! Wonderhoy! Imagine staying up late. Couldn't be me, couldn't. Of course not, Chicken. I'm just gonna take a quick swig. It's always when you start speaking that you realize how dry your throat is. You stayed up early. Does that indicate that you might have not slept, or that you slept very little, at least? Stayed up to the wee hours of the morning. The wee hours. Did you see the sunrise? It's one of the two, yeah. I'll take both, if that's possible. If it's possible to have both. I did notice that the sun is not as high in the sky now, so we are back on the downward trajectory for sunrises. Which means sooner or later I will be waking up when it's still dark again. Unfortunately, I like waking up when it's sunny, you know, it actually makes me feel like I'm waking up in the morning rather than the middle of the night. But the other good thing is that it's not sunny when I go to sleep now, so that's good. Not time zones, what would it be? Just the general workings of the solar system. I don't think it's possible to have not slept and slept a little. Daydreaming? Can you do like where you just zone out for about half an hour? Has anybody done that? Do people do that quite regularly, where you just zone out and you're like, huh? Was I asleep? I don't think I was asleep, kind of thing. I think I do that too often. You do that very regularly. Oh gosh. There we go. Not slept and slept a little, both at the same time. But if it helps answer the question for today, I have not slept. Oh no. Have a good nap. Have a good nap. I think you're going to need it. Or I assume everybody's just living off coffee instead then. You slept extra yesterday, so it's all good. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. I want to get good sleep. I want to be a good sleeper. It's been a while since I've gone into a good sleepy pattern. It's because there's too much that I want to do. I want to do the things. I want to be with the people. All that. It's true. I actually got like 8 hours last night. You mean the night before? You mean the night before? Maybe? I think I might have mentioned it before, but I need like a total of 9 hours sleep to be functional. I have not been functional in a very long time. The last night that I slept, yes. The last night that winks were had. I can't wink. Okay, I tried. I tried weaking. This is where it got me. Nowhere. Alright, I should probably load up this game and start learning, because it might take me a while to learn. Got it. Over there. There we go. I have not pressed play on this at all, so I have no idea if there's anything else that needs to be done after pressing play. I literally downloaded it this morning because I keep forgetting to download things. Oh. I had a head pass. Did it break again? Oh. Oh. Alright, we're gonna refresh the head pass over this time. Refresh. Shaka 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 shaka. You redeemed it as soon as I went live. Oh my goodness. I just blanked out. I just went, huh? Howdy! Sankari! Sankari! Hello! Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I hope you're doing well. How are you? There we go. It's up now. Fairness though, I didn't exactly plan to sleep 8 hours, but exhaustion catches up with me at times. No tiny child to wake me up. That is fair. Ah! Oh, is this gonna be a tongue twister? Also, hello, Loif, hello! Safe for work, pronounce this. This better be safe for work. I can't read through all that quickly. There was a man who owned a shop called this and that. He ordered some cool signs, but when they arrived, all of the spacings were wrong. He called up the company and told them the space between this and... Wait, this and that are not right. Please fix it. So spaces between this and that were fixed. Heh. All shall be well, and all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well indeed. Hello, Kay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I hope you're doing well too. In honor of this very British streamer playing this very British game, I'll drink the rest of my British imported beer. Ooh. Not quite the best. You'd have to go elsewhere for the best. But, you know, we are quite a nation of heavy drinkers. I'm on the light end, and even I think I should probably cut back, so... I really don't drink that much in comparison to a lot of social British people. Maybe is there going to be alcohol in this game? I'm gonna have to put an alcohol warning tab. All right, I'm gonna load it up now. We're gonna see how it goes. I don't really know what to expect. If you die, you can only continue with a new captain. Seems fair. If you die, you can reload or continue with a new captain. Oh, you can reload or pick a new captain. Nano order. I feel like this is like playing a Fire Emblem game. This one, the Legacy, properly, where your units will die. When I play Fire Emblem games, I go very casual. Like, you just retreat, you're fine. You're not dying, because Fire Emblem is so story heavy on the characters. I feel like I want to, when I'm streaming, I want to challenge myself a little bit, so I'll probably have to do Legacy. And it's just being humble. She was actually crowned Miss Carlsberg 2020, 2021 and 2022. They have not done the 2023 competition just yet. Let's try Legacy. Okay. When your free player weapons arc towards targets, many player weapons arc gently towards targets, making them aiming easier. Okay. I guess we just keep it standardized, but standardized seem to be difficult. Enemy projectile speed. Easier to avoid, making it easier to avoid. Or just standard, where the enemies fight at the same speed as you, I assume. You can change those settings after death, even on Legacy. Okay. So you're not locked in to all the challenges. Default rate, easier. Lasts much longer. If you're finding it hard to survive or earn money, this should help. I feel like I have to try it on its basic settings to start with, right? Get a feel for things. See if it's doable. It's... what is it? FDL, I play on easy. Because FDL is very hard, I assume this is also going to be very hard. There may be a little bit of swearing, who knows? Alright, everything's standardized. We shall learn as we go. When you are overheated, you cannot dodge. Brilliant. Fantastic. Log of Her Majesty's locomotive, the... how do you say that? March 14th, 1905. Our expedition to the domains of the dead has been eventful. The Orphan... Is that Orphan? That's not Orphan. Is damaged and in gravest need of repairs and supplies. We are returning... Oh my gosh, we're gonna die, basically. Oh, this is no FTL. Welcome to the upper wilds. Ah, instead of the outer worlds. Fail Better Games presents a very loud game. Hold on. Let's turn that down a little bit. There we go. Like Orphan, but just add an E after Orph, and you've got it. Orphy. Orphy? The hardest part of this game is the English pronunciation. Shakespeare at school was the only thing I got an A in English. I did better with Shakespearean English than I did with modern day English. I do not know why. Maybe I am a vampire. Who knows? Maybe I've just lived that long. Maybe less emphasis on the E and include an "and" part at the end. Orphean? 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 Alright, turn, turn, turn. Oh, that's slightly floaty. Applause! Thank you! Yay, it did come through! Perfect. They're a little bit quiet in relation to the game, but still hearable. Actually, instead then. Audio. Music volume is down a bit. Let's turn it all down by 20%. And then turn this back up, and hopefully that will be a good compromise. I performed a Midsummer's Night Dream in college, a disaster of huge proportions. Oh my goodness. I have only ever been on the stage once, and that was our usual nativity plays. And all I was an innkeeper. When they said that I was going to be the innkeeper, I was distraught. I am not there for stage presence at all. I have to fill up my water. I forgot to fill that up before starting. Alright, resume. Where are we going? Oh, this thing is broken. What even is it? You return to the Reach, an untamed sunless span of the heavens. London's new frontier, a celestial garden run wild. There is giant spider's webs in the background already. No. Dodge left, dodge right. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness, how actiony is this gonna be? Your journey back from the Blue Kingdom was tumultuous. What? Your locomotive is damaged and Captain Whitlock badly wounded. Choo choo Officer, the crew look to you. The nearest station is New Winchester. Can you get the offeran there safely? Also, my mic stand is ever so slightly covering the bottom right corner where my head is. So I can just about see what's going on there. Hopefully it's not too important. My health and everything is down bottom left, so I think we'll be okay. Which you can kind of just about see. Is there a way I can make this better for you? Maybe I can. For the time being, let's just... Like, would that be annoying if I did that? But then you'd be able to see the date and everything as well. There's a bit of black space. But I feel like it's more important that you can see it. I'm sorry, what? If you still use this implies unless the game is paused. Ah, also did the sound bits not come through again? Unless I just didn't hear it. Maybe I was doing two checkers. I give this gift to everyone, assuming it could be heard. Was it heard? It did on this end, but was a little quiet. I see. My goodness. Chotto matte kudasai. I want to fix these things. Maybe I can turn up the volume on there just quickly. But is that like that? The game good, even though it's a little bit dark around the corners. Why is everything so quiet? Why are you all so quiet? The volume is at 100%, which is very odd. Okay. Koko? Ah, but we'll hope for now. Maybe they're just shy around here. The guy stabbed you in the eye for no purpose live. Jeez. Toggle cruise control. Oh, as in... Oh, I pressed C. Ah, here we go. Oh, can I crash into those things? Maybe. Auto salvage. Got a bit of fuel. Much to the relief of your stokers, you find a barrel of fuel among the debris. A wreck drifts here, less fortunate even than you. We should scavenge her for repairs, a crewman suggests. Scavenge that ship. Oh, sugar, sorry. There we go. The wreck hangs in the sky, pocketed. Yes, it is pocketed. With recent gunfire, you and the boarding party don your sky suits, garments of waxed canvas lined with felt to protect against the cold of the sky. Two of the crew are whispering as they dress. What business did Captain Whitelock have in the Blue Kingdom anyway? Why the devil did we trespass on the district of the dead? You silence him. Now's not the time. Leap across the wreck. The gap between the two engines isn't wide, but the endless fathoms of heaven gape beneath it. Yes! Ah! Maybe I just need to up the previous sound alert. I nearly said it. Oh, and Kate, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. Lovecraft reading stream part 2. Is this basically what this is? Is this the part 2? But I do also want to get to the Lovecraftian reading stream again. Just it takes a while to set up, so it's few and far between, but still exists. I did also use the what was it? The suede fabric as a tablecloth for a while because I forgot to pack it away and now I need to wash it, so that's another reason. I'm just so happy to see a VTuber descending into the North. I guess I played too much Fall in London. Ooh. I like these kind of games. We'll see if it gets spooky. Hopefully not, because it's not first person, so I should do better. Unless eyes start looking at me. Oh, and Sankari also followed. It just didn't pop up. Thank you very much for the follow. You jump, your stomach lurches with vertigo as the stars blaze above you and below. The air of the heavens is thin and torn by unpredictable winds. Then your boots hit the running board of the Osmandius, and your leather gloved hands fumble for a hold. One of your companions throws you a line and you lash the two engines together. Only then do the rest of the boarding party follow you. One of them forces open exterior hatch and you clamber inside. Have you played the latest game? This is Sunless Skies, if you mean by people. I've not played Fall in London. The previous game is a lot more immediately unsettling. You mean Sunless Seas? Yeah, this is my first one. Nah, Mask of the Rose. I have not heard of that one either. Her interior is cold, unlit, and whistles with wind. Your party's lamps spread a buttery light over the narrow, panelled passages. You make your way towards the hold, stepping over bodies crumpled in the corridor. Unfortunately, your way is blocked. A bulkhead has been mangled inward by a well-aimed barrage. Clear the obstruction away or lead your party on a more precarious path. You locate a length of pipe to use as a pry bar and set to work. This will test your iron skill. Iron is the skill of confronting and overcoming. Or Veils is a skill of deceiving and evading. I do not know what our stats are. Also, this is dice. I know the dice can very much betray you at any moment, so should be interesting. I feel like trying to pry it open would be the least damning of the two. Unless something ricochets. Just roll good. Just roll good. Just have luck. It's just have luck. Luck is a skill after all. Let's try and pry it open. Hey! I didn't see a dice. Okay, it's just okay. It's just random. It's just random. Just get good in luck. Yeah, just put all your stats into luck. A memory. As you strain against the summer steel, you remember an event from a year ago. A boiler explosion had trapped an engineer under a tangle of plating and pipework. The captain was first on the scene. You were second. Together you managed to pry the wreckage upwards enough for you to crawl beneath it while the captain braced the bar against her back. By all means, take your time, she grunted as you dragged the engineer out. Back in the present, the twisted bulkhead yields. Your companions clear the exposed rubble away. The way is clear. Off we go. I did see a dice. It's just random. Something you need to tell us about your dice, Anna? Wait, what? They are beautiful. That's all I need to say. They are the most beautiful dice that I spent probably far too much money on, but I now have a beautiful set of dice to resemble my... It wasn't technically wasn't my first character, but the first character I kind of got attached to. Sounds suspicious. No, it's so good. We're all good. Hold on, I keep trying to pronounce that name. You have reached the Osmandius. Osmandius. Hold. A ruin of smashed cargo and spilled supplies. Hopefully somewhere amidst the detritus. detritus. You can find parts to repair the Offrian. Oh boy, these names are gonna be a struggle. My apologies. And restock your stores. Your companions work quickly. Ozymandias. Poor Ozyman, exactly. Maybe that's what is suggesting for the name. The Ozymandias hull has begun to creak. Your actions on board may have compromised its integrity. I think its integrity was almost already compromised. Although I guess if we went a sneaky route, then we wouldn't have to disturb the foundations of what is already there. Thorough search. How many people die? Oh, okay, I think we did good. Renewed. You find enough food and gear to restock your supplies. And enough spare parts to make necessary repairs to the Orphean. The food will need to be thoroughly thawed, of course, but you've eaten worse in the skies. Oh ho! Cries one of your party, prying the lid off a long crate. It holds a cannon, still nestled in straw. Another crewmate pulls a battered bird cage from a pile of ruined cargo. Within the cage, something winged and furred opens a sullen eye. You examine your finds. How still alive? You just gotta take that. Also, thank you, Sankari, for the stretch. Hey, to the left, to the right. Yay! Wah. You now have 4 supplies, and you gain 15 times health, which now totals 30. Nice. That's not quite as. Is that quite as much as you would get in FTL, or slightly less? We are doing a-okay. Oh, it's a bat! That is somehow staying alive. The Ozymandias emits a long, juddering creak. Your body parting exchanged nervous glances. From the chaos of its hold, you have retrieved repairs and supplies and discovered some useful equipment. A gun that can be mounted on your locomotive and an educated bat. An educated bat! Liberate a different bat and employ it as a scout. Oh my goodness. The heavens are wide, so locomotives use scouts, like bats, to locate things of interest, ports, resources, wrecks like this one to scavenge. Interesting. Or we can have a weapon. Her own weapons were damaged during your flight from the Blue Kingdom. That leaves you vulnerable. Ooh. Or it's too dangerous and you don't get either. Right, welcome to the Earth, where bats are your masters and cats are otherworldly. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I can see that. Bats are definitely cute. I do love bats. I don't know how they're gonna protect me, because if I need to go somewhere, the bat's not exactly gonna protect me from having to go in a direction where there's danger. But it's a bat. And I like bats, so we're probably gonna go for bats. Give it a go. The bat treats its rescue as an inconvenience and immediately begins haggling over pay. Wait, what? You have to put it back in its damn cage and leave it on the Ozymandias. Yes. At which point it becomes more polite. You doubt it will last. We've got a diffident bat. I'm sure if we went for the weapon, it probably would just straight up explode in our faces. Bats will protect you in that way. I see. Well, we've got a bat that just doesn't want to do its thing. I think we're gonna leave after that. I'm not gonna risk trying to pick up a weapon. I feel like we're gonna lose people, and I feel like people are probably very useful if we can get through things by dodging. Keep our people alive. VM, hello! So are you going through space on a train in this game? Basically. Although it feels like not quite space because bats can breathe here unless they're just also otherworldly and somehow don't need to breathe. The Ozymandias emits a long, jarring creak. Your boarding party exchange nervous glances from the chaos of its hold. You have retrieved repairs and supplies and discovered some useful equipment. I'm gonna go. I feel like I know it's tutorial, but I still feel like the whole tutorial is gonna be like, your crew dies if you stay and try to get 2 things. So I'm just gonna return. Can I just return? Oh, it won't let me. Okay, I do have to grab this. Don't kill me. Oh, okay. Tutorial was forgiving. I thought this was gonna kind of be just... I thought this was gonna be like, we're just gonna kill half your crew now. And this is an unforgiving game. The Cotterell and Hathin Sage. Jerusalem. Fires single shells to a good range, more or less accurately. You order 2 of your party to get it back to your vessel and fit it immediately. Okay, did anybody die? It is space, kind of. It's referred as the high wilderness, but this is space. It's British space. Are we gonna rule the skies now? Is this gonna be it? The seas were not enough. You must aim for the skies. This is not without risk if we press on. Oh, tutorial, why do you have to tempt me so? It's like, come on, just a little bit more, you can do it. Oh, why not? We'll learn early on. There's a fire! Or does that just mean danger? The wreck of the Ozymandias screeches as its metal buckles and tears. You press on through the shuddering corridors, searching frantically for the engine room. Send a small party ahead to retrieve fuel, or go yourself and conduct a hasty search. Or just return. How much fuel do we have? Like, are we okay for fuel for a bit? Can we get to the next place? It's foolish for you all to go send the quickest and lightest to retrieve the fuel while you rest. The rest of you return to your Orphean. Hearts is the skill of convincing and enduring. Send the rest of the boarding party back to the Orphean. Go alone. Mirrors is the skill of investigating and deducing. Oh, basically, do we want to lose some crew or do we want to lose ourselves? I feel like if you're more of a captain figure, you could probably figure out what happened as well, specifically. Although, wasn't it a barrage? Didn't something buckle it? I just feel like this is whoever you send is going to die, so we're gonna go. Failed! We got crushed! Oh, we only lost 10 hull. Okay, not too bad, I don't think. The engine room is grey with spilled ash and littered with corpses. Little has survived the Ozymandias ruin. You search fruitlessly for coal, but linger too long as the wreck is racked with final violent tremors. You race back to the Orphean. Orphean? Did I say that wrong again? With a dying groan, the Ozymandias splits into, sending shards of splintered plating spinning into the sky. Several of them bite into the Orphean, mulling its hull. Stoking your engines, you steam away from the collapsing wreck. You are restocked at least and rearmed. Onwards to a voucher. A voucher. Checka checka checka. Send out your scout. Cost supplies. What are my supplies? supplies for? Oh, so we are just using random supplies. Okay. Crew are expendable. You are also expendable. Send everybody. The walls of the captain's cabin are lined with a hodgepodge of curious from across the sky. Captain Whitlock lies in bed. Black marks cover her skin like a monstrous brand. When she coughs, coils of acrid smoke pour from her lungs. Oh my gosh. The captain opens her eyes as you draw near. She attempts to smile. Doctor? Because I don't know. I think we need a witch doctor, to be honest. The brand. A road of living fire pursued the Orphean across the Blue Kingdom. That is pursued. It caught you just before you passed through the transit relay to the Reach and set its brand upon the captain. It's burned itself right through her, the doctor whispers. Oh, whispers. When I closed the worst of her wounds, I could see the sign is seared into her bones and her organs. Oh my gosh. Judging from her symptoms, it's on the inside of her lungs too. The captain leans to one side and vomits a plume of fire into a copper bowl. There is nothing the doctor can do. Well, acrid? Rather than the soft one. I don't know what that means. I am very bad at English. Why did I get bonked? What did I do? Hold on, I just need to grab something. I won't pause or anything. It's literally over there. There we go. Let's sit back down. Well, our captain is gone. There is nothing we can do for her. Some eldritch being has claimed her soul. That's it. We're done. There we go. Hopefully that is a bit better. The walls of the captain's cabin are lined with a hodgepodge of curios from across the sky. I can approach as well. Hard C would be the same sound as if followed by a K, like tack, tick. Also, soft C is one pronounced like an S, as in acid. Oh, so it was acrid. Okay. Ha! Acid. Ooh, English is horrible. Although I'm pretty sure a lot of languages actually do this. Once you start learning, you're like, oh, this language does it too? Oh, I see. Approach the bedside as well. Her mouth is blistered with the blue fires that dance on her tongue. Her hand grips your arm. Her skin is hot as a kettle. Made arrangements. The Orphean will be yours. Her voice is just a rasp of burned meat breath. I promise. She breaks off to a scream, a word in a language that was not made for human mouths. When she resumes speaking English, she is weaker. Her request a little more than a gasp. Promise me one last service. Promise. Demand one of the chicken. I'm gonna be. Yes, I will follow your last command, my lady. Kazoinko! I think I'm going to cry tears of genuine joy. Pray tell why. I'm gonna obey our last command. She's gonna die soon. We're gonna just go like, okay, right, what do you want? Because when she's dead, I don't have to listen to her. Jeez. You got access to Payday 3 Playday. Have fun with it. I've never played a Payday game at all. English might be a pain to learn, but we have some delightful words too. We can. First good game in years. Ooh. I feel like I didn't play the Payday games because it would be better to play with other people. I did not have anybody who would play that game with me, so I didn't get it. She sinks back, relieved. All in my will, she gasps. Be a better. She breaks off as the sigils burned into her bones flare, glowing cherry red through her flesh and skin. Better captain than I. The effort exhausts her. She sinks back into the scorched pillows and a twisting, frantic fever. I have an engine to command. It is simply an engine, nothing else. It is only engine. You leave the cabin and the scorched stink of its air behind and return to the bridge. New Winchester is further than you'd like, and the captain hasn't long left. Fire! Fire! Oh, that's definitely using resources. Okay, so it's the speed thing, and then you use a crate to refuel, like, replenish your supplies, and then same with fuel. Okay. Fire! Wow! Oh! Enemy ships abound! Okay, I'm gonna have to get used to which way. Oh, it's a bit awkward. Ah, yes, it doesn't. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna mess up so bad. Ah! Oh gosh! Oh, that was the wrong way. Oh. Oh. Oh boy. Oh buddy, this is difficult. Whoa. Okay, okay. Because the beam is kind of a rough idea of the direction, but not fully forward. Okay. Wait. Oh, oh wait. Run, 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 run. Try to flank. Trying to flank. Oh, buddy. There we go, there we go. I knew we were getting close to overheating, but I thought I could do it, and I did. Loot. Oh, hello, baby. Are we getting a gun? Can I get a gun? You prepare to board the buckled wreckage, poised to plunder the plunderers. Behind you, someone is humming a song of victory. Shooting doesn't cost anything, but dodging uses fuel. I see. I thought shooting would use quite a bit. I thought I saw the supplies go down. Maybe not. Who knows? Just think of space as an ice skating rink and you should be fine. I think I was very confused of when you look, I guess, down the screen this way to this side. You more have to keep in mind the direction of the vehicle, not the direction you're looking at the screen, if that makes, not north, east, southwest, but forward for where the vehicle is facing. I'm confusing myself more. Maybe I should be quiet. Marauders pillage homesteads and hunt travelers all across the reach. They often carry stolen valuables or strip it for repairs. I don't know what my inventory's like, but I want to grab some stuff. Your boarding party returns with wallets and watches, cufflinks, lockets, and keepsakes. You store them in the safe to be pawned if you make it back to port. Okay, we got monies. I wonder how much 29 will be worth. Also, what's my scout? Oh! Chotomata, your scout has discovered something. To see what it is, open your chart. How do I open my chart? Is it this bit? What did my scout discover? Oh my goodness, it just goes out. It doesn't even follow a path. It just goes out. They've discovered a station. Maybe I should be heading in that direction then. All right, you're running out of food, did you just say? Maybe we should go to the station then. We just got money. Cruise control. Oh, cruise control. There we go. What? You a good un or a bad un? You're a bad un. Shoot it in the behind. Shoot it in the behind. Is it running? Nope, it's just trying to rearrange itself. There we go. Couldn't even get a single shot off. Chicka. Oh, wispy condensation trails cross the sky, the ghost of passing trains. Oh, loop, there we go. Okay, I'm getting there. I have learnt the combat with a simple weapon. I need something with a little bit more of a spread, because my aim perhaps is not the best. You prepare to board the buckled wreckage. What do we want to do? I still want to just scavenge for some bits and pieces. We now have 68 sovereigns. Nice. Oh, and there's a train station. Let's board up quickly, shall we? We'll apparently need food. A new port! The crew are relieved to see land, perhaps unwisely. Oh, are people gonna try and steal things for us? Dock, there we go. New Winchester. 512 experience gained. Arrival at New Winchester. You coast into the bustle, the din, the soot, and the steam of Wolsey Station. I think that's what it says. It is clogged with other engines, scrappy mining locomotives from Lustrum Way, weathered explorers gleaming with frost, sleek company vessels with bright brass fittings. No sooner have you pulled into the sidings than a brisk station master bustles over. He requests to come aboard. I must speak with your captain, he insists, brandishing a ledger. The usual formalities. Look to the offerings. Wait, how did I say this again? Orpheans. Thank you. Orphean. He has just appeared at your shoulder. His face is solemn. His hat in his hands. He lowers his eyes. Oh no. We didn't make it. The crew exchange bleak, wordless looks. The Orphean itself feels suddenly more empty. The station master looks confused. You inform him that unfortunately, Captain Whitlock has just passed. He says neutrally. Sorry to hear that. Very sad, very sad. He waits for what he considers an appropriate minute and a half before continuing. Alas, even amidst tragedy, the cogs of bureaucracy must turn. If Captain Whitlock is deceased, the station authority require their answer from the first officer. He dons a set of spectacles and locates his pen. It will be relatively painless. Name, background, purpose of visit, etc. Shall we begin? All right, filling out forms. Wow. We can either be a street urchin, straight up. No parents, no laws, no masters. But alas, no roof over your head. No money and often no dinner. Freedom comes at a price. You will begin with high veils, the skill of evading and deceiving. We can be a soldier. Yours was not to reason why. Yours was but to do and die. You begin with high iron, the skill of confronting and overcoming. You can be a poet, the pen, the ink, the blank, monstrous page. You begin with high hearts, the skill of convincing and enduring. I feel that is not me. Oh, I missed the academic. I thought it would just slide a little. Academic, a student of the sciences, the arts of philosophy. You begin with high mirrors, the skill of investigating and deducing. The priest, hymns and hymnals, Sundays and sermons. You begin with high hearts, the skill of convincing and enduring. Oh, it's another hearts kind of way. Evading it. So there's 4 skills I can assume from this then. Because the priest, Zayla. A ministry, auditor, and a revolutionary. Maybe the academic? Maybe something to investigate? Sorry, I'm trying to get comfy. I can't cross my legs on this seat. I do like to get very comfy. There we go. Ha 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 ha. But the academic seems... I feel like investigating and deducing, while we may not be the best fighter there is, if we're going to be exploring a lot, which is usually how I play a lot of games, then something with investigation would probably benefit us. I'm sure we can learn skills later. Take your time. I want to be an academic. I've got a fancy hat. That makes me important, right? Oh, you're an academic. Perhaps you were educated at one of the esteemed colleges of Benfic or Somerset. Oh, Somerset. Perhaps you taught yourself through trial and error and grit. Well, what was your field of study? The practical sciences, engineering, chemistry, anatomy, everything you need to break something apart and put it back together. Which increases your iron. I see, Naruhodo. This is your second skill. Nerd. Nerdy face. Yes. Well. Pushes on my glasses. Yes. Ooh, do we want to be an academic that can fight? There is the language of the heavens. They call it the correspondence, the oldest of alphabets. It is maddening, revolutionary, and occasionally inflammatory. Increase your hearts, the skill of convincing and enduring, and affiliates you with the academia. Or literature, which, no. As we have already established, I am not the best when it comes to the literatures. Of course I am not creating myself, but I always end up going in that direction with character creations of sorts. I think, what was it, with D&D recently, I said I usually don't go for high charisma characters because I feel like that's not my strong suit. How do you fake charisma? Maybe I should learn. There we go. Being an academic in the North means witnessing daily brawls between Benfic and Somerset. Of course, there's a rivalry there. But we were practical. We shall tear things apart. Choose an ambition. What does winning mean to you? Wealth? You want a comfortable retirement, and by comfortable you mean extravagant. Many have made their fortunes out among the stars. Many more have failed, broken and lost in the drifting night. Will you be different? Oh, these are the win conditions. To win, gather a substantial retirement fund, acquiring lodgings at a hub port, and retire. No way. Your aim of the game, to retire. Oh, fame, you'll immortalize your exploits in the Song of the Sky. For centuries, people have launched themselves into the unknown in the hope of making a name for themselves. You're sure you'll succeed. After all, you never heard of anyone who didn't. I'm sure there is a very good explanation for that. Gather stories of your exploits and write about them in New Winchester. Or the truth that has a burning planet with lava pouring from it. Right, hello! Just visiting real quick to say hi. Well, time to leave again. 1 a.m. and you're tired. Sleep. Sleep. Have a good rest. Thank you for popping by. I mean, all of us want to retire with boatloads of cash. Yes. I feel like all of us want to retire as soon as possible. We're just like, well, the less time I can spend doing all this, the better. Work. The truth is, even the stars have secrets, but they won't keep them from you. A message from an old friend begins an unwise quest to learn a secret that the stars hide. What drives you? Curiosity? Justice? Insolence? Whatever it is, it will be tested. Be warned, this is a demanding ambition, best played by a lineage that has already completed wealth or fame. Really? Naruhodo na? Should we just work our way through it then? Should we just go from start to finish? I assume Sunless Skies is kind of roguelike. Like you can just kind of go out and explore and then just random things happen. Or if it's like set up. So it's not roguelike's not the right thing. But like events can be random. I wonder. Financial independence, retire early. Whoop whoop. Some of the maps are randomized, but yeah, interesting. Maybe we should start with just retirement. Maybe we should just retire first. We will be the least... I was going to say least ambitious academic, but I'm pretty sure I've seen a lot of academics that are not super ambitious. People just kind of get fed up after a while. It's like, I don't know how long I'm going to be writing papers for very little money. Sometimes you can't even visit or even see a landmark in a run. Okay, I think we'll go with a basic one first, but I definitely want to get to the point where we can discover the truth. We can be... Fame may be better. Fame is maybe more appropriate for how I want to play, but not as hard as the truth. I don't know what the end condition will be for fame, but I guess just get as many stories as you can and you're all good. So I'll go with fame. Or a little profile as well. Appearance, a hat. A jolly gosh good hat. Hold on, let's get our look down first. I feel like we need to do the features. How do I make him slightly more feminine? Unless we have to be a man. Your choices are what will differentiate your runs the most. I see. I feel like we have to get rid of the beard. How do we get rid of the beard? Wow. This is some very long hair. Fun fact, in the original form in London, there's a pronoun, sir, mo, yes. Huh. Try the term of address first. Oops, caps. Hello, Gabe. Thank you very much. Nurse, comrade, brother, sister, Reverend Madame. Madame Anna. My lord, milady. Specialist, doctor, professor, officer, archivist. I like the term archivist. I like all the terms that indicate that the addressee is of an intelligent nature. Maybe I'm just projecting a little bit. I wish I was that intelligent. As in, well, you're not a sir, you're a madame. What exactly are you, kind of thing? What's the nun at the top? I think that's just the little hatties. The little hatties. The little what is... Oh, there we go, chins. There we go. This will help us a lot. You start getting those fabulous beards. Very pointed nose. You've got your witch's nose. Yes. Oh my goodness. The little library pun. We're just making a witch. We're just making the witch in the a library, I guess. Yes. Hello. What do you want? Kind of character. As we give her a hat. There we go. Full on granny. Full on granny look. Grandma Anna. Grandma Anna is here in the outer whatever this is. Nearly said Outer Worlds. That's a different game. You may address me by my full name as well. Archivist Anna Frey. Archivist Anna. Maybe just Anna. I do not want to be saying my last name constantly. This will determine what people call your captain, but your captain's gender is up to you. Yes, I think I'm definitely going to do old lady, slightly witchy. Do we have any other cool hats? I definitely think that it'll... Is it quite a bonnet? It's not quite a bonnet, I don't think. But it definitely suits. We have some little circular glasses. We can't see without them. Which is going to be very problematic when we were out in this space. Because things will probably get broken very easily. I'm going to say we have about 100 pairs just all over the engine. And a few on our person, so that if one breaks, you can just get another pair out. In a good closed case. Alright, continue. Brilliant. Wow, we've got incredible perception. And people are gonna hate us and we're not gonna be that sneaky. So we're gonna have incredible perception, be able to maybe throw a punch a little bit. I'm gonna surprise people with our strengths. The old lady demeanor is simply a disguise for the power within. Alright, let's give this a go. Hull damage. Your hull is a little worse for wear. Try to repair it soon. You can do this for a small fee at New Winchester and certain other ports, or sometimes by salvaging from the wrecks of your opponents. Provisioning. Before you leave New Winchester, it may be prudent to buy some more supplies. You can buy them at the Victoria Market. To visit the market selected from the menu that appears to the left of the main panel. Here you can swap between shops and stories. So this one here, this left panel, where it's got this little pull down bar. Your scout has discovered something. To see what it is, open your chart. Okay, high device. Martial arts granny, exactly. She uses her umbrella to just whack people around the head. Also, chicken, thank you for the head pats. Pat, 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 pat. Thank you. 3 weeks have passed already? God, that was quick. Did I pass out? This morning, Captain Whitlock received a simple memorial service. Her body was consigned to a necropolis train bound for the Serene Mausoleum. So Baritsu with an umbrella. I have not seen Baritsu performed. I wonder what that looks like. But I will probably say yes. Now you sit with a handful of her relatives in the threadbare offices of her solicitors. Methodicial notary is reading the will. The captain was wealthy once, but squandered her capital on mysterious expenses before her expedition to the Blue Kingdom. Oh, yay! Thank you for the party popper and the hydrate! Shaka 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 shaka. Thank you! Sherlock Holmes martial art, apparently. Also, oh my goodness, Cave, thank you for the grammar and the redeem. I apologize to everybody new here who has not heard the grammar and a redeem before. Listen to the end. The captain's relatives, from whom she was mostly estranged, are clearly wondering why you are here. In her final condicil, the notorious announced, Captain Whitlock had found that possession of the Orpheum was to press to its first, my apologies, to its first officer. He peers at you, my apologies. He peers at you with dry grey eyes. This includes a certain black box contained in New Orpheum's hold. Captain Whitlock's final request was that, at a time of your choosing, you transport said box to an address in London. He hands you an address card and deposit it there. You are not to look inside. She gave no explanation. And that's it. You're captain now. The Orpheum is yours. There we go. There we go. We've done Grammarana. We've done Grammarana. Captain Whitlock's legacy. You can investigate the black box at New Winchester. You can take the box to London as requested, or you could sell it and be done. Thank you for the head patch chicken. Thank you. You have been bequeathed a large black box, which once belonged to Captain Whitlock. And also, you've gained 100 sovereigns. We now have 168. Onwards to adventure. Oh my goodness gracious me, this is some options. The clamouring central station of New Winchester, a place of steam and smut and thundering iron. Here you can find people willing to pay for a skilled captain's service. We can explore, recruit a driver. I specialize in test driving, but I'm looking for something quieter. I do not believe this is quiet. An opportunity, investigate the black box. We're just gonna pass it along, surely. We're just gonna be like, I'm just gonna do the thing. I'm just gonna go to London. Follow your ambition, the song of the sky. Repair your locomotive, hire on crew. Right, okay, we've got 8 out of 10 crew, I assume. We have 5 out of 12 things in the hold. Where is the hold? Here we go. Our supplies and our fuel, which has weight. Okay, I have to keep an eye on that. Fuel efficiency, economical at the moment. The more you carry, the faster your engine consumes fuel. That makes sense. The shivering Jemmy, a wheezing, sputtering, ramshackle engine dating from the first days of London's settlement. It gobbles fire like a starved wolf and sulks worse than a cat kept in from the rain. It will at best suffice. Okay, so we need to start upgrading things as well. Minimum safe manning number is 6. Okay. And we've got a black box as well. So how much is repairs gonna be? Hold on, hull damage, little worse for wear. The hold, this shows your current cargo and any prospects you've accepted. You can also change your locomotive's equipment here while in port and jettison your unwanted cargo, while in port or otherwise, so we can just kind of throw it out into the abyss if we so choose. If we need to reduce some weight to save on fuel consumption, things like that, I assume. If we're getting close to the end of our fuel and we're gonna get stranded, I assume we're gonna just jettison some things. The inventory. Your possessions. Anything that doesn't take up space in your hold, generally because it's small or entirely metaphysical. Metaphysical? That appears there. Is that... This is here? But isn't it the hold? Possessions. Ah, you mean... like that, because they're narrative. Not a hot on that. Hi device. I would like to see how much it will cost to repair, because we took 10 damage. The engineers at the Wolvesy Yards claim they can repair anything, whether the damage was caused by an unfortunate collision, a point-blank salvo, or the charge of a wait, what the? Crotchety? Kantakeri. They'll fix it. Could you repair your hull, which will cost to repair 10? Ah, partial is 10 anyway. 30. Okay, so it is 3 per 1 bit of hull damage. I see. How much did we get in our fights? About 30. So if we take more than 10 damage in a fight, if what we get back is 30 coins from those people who pillage, then we've basically made a loss. So we want to be careful about that. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But the time we took damage was when we were exploring. So I think we'll repair up to max. Which is there, which is all good. We still have 138 coins, or sovereigns. That's what I have to do. It's all good, we're back up to full. Perhaps not. Let's go back. I don't need any more repairs. I want to see what crew is like. How much do you need? 10. Crew is cheaper than repairs. I assume they're untrained. Hold on. My apologies. Your voyages have grown perilous of late. Numbers and morale are lower than they were. Today, New Winchester is abuzz with rumor. A famous Takati captain has turned tail and fled back to London. Promised a generous pension and a full pardon in exchange for selling secrets. His crew are at a loose end and under a cloud of suspicion. Will they ever find work again? Hire some of the Turnco's crew as replacements. No one else will have them for the cost of a round at the promise of days. They're yours. It cost 10 sovereigns for a round? Oof, booze is getting expensive. You know what? Why not? Because they weren't the ones who did a mutiny. It was their captain running off without them. Sure. Let's go. Initially, the crew members are suspicious. They think you might be a journalist for the Gazette. Still, they're happy to drink on your coin. And as the night progresses, their reserve vanishes. Oh, we're literally buying them around and bringing them on board. I don't think the captain can do a mutiny. No. We just abandoned his crew, so the crew didn't do a mutiny, but the captain just abandoned them. I shall definitely not do that. Not at all. Of course not. When they arrive at your engine the next day to sign their papers, they come with headaches and nausea, and the last of their things. They go to their berths. Berths? B-R-T-H. Yeah, that sounds like berths. Ready to make for the stars again. Onward to adventure! I'm spending all my monies. The Song of the Skies. We're gonna do all the options, but we're doing them from the bottom up. You'd replace us with drones the first chance you get. Drones listen to orders, without question. I think you have been around since my FTL days, you know. The Song of the Sky looms in your mind, an unfinished monument. Where to begin? I am apparently a poet as well as an academic. You take advantage of a quiet moment to pull out your journal. The blank page sits before you, smug and unblemished. The horror! At last, inspiration strikes. You need fresh material. That's the ticket. Go out and explore the high wilderness. Gather sky stories and tales of terror to begin the Song of the Sky. Oh, okie dokie. I see. Yes, that was our ambition, was fame. So we're gonna come back and write of our tales of mystery and wonder. Just explore the city a little bit. The smoggy, clanking, singing, stamping, thronging, frantic heart of the reach. An ever-expanding port of soot-smudged glass and bright steel spilling across a drifting, mist-wrapped archipelago. Its factories thunder, its engine sheds ring with hammers and hiss with steam. The locomotives chug into sidings for repair or flare across the sky and away into the high wilderness. An opportunity to learn about trading. Successful skyfarers fund their expeditions by dabbling in trade. Inquire whether there are any good trading opportunities available. Visit the Promise of Days, get drunk. A club where seasoned captains gather to trade stories and share advice with younger skyfarers. Inquire about the Winchester War. How goes the war? There is a war going on, it would seem. From top to bottom, actually, we should probably not get... Actually, no, maybe getting drunk first would be good when it comes to talking about things like that, because people might loosen their lips a little bit. Successful skyfarers fund their expeditions by dabbling in trade. We're gonna trade. We're gonna see how this works. On the Petal Trail, a porter at the station advises you to visit the nearby pub, of course, the Promise of Days, and talk to the seasoned captains there. They keep their ears to the ground. They'll know about an opportunity or two. A trading opportunity. We have unlocked that. All right. So we will then go to the Promise of Days. Which it says club, but I do assume it's a bit more like a bar. Maybe have a bit of live music. Just, you know, from a band in the corner, just kind of going about their thing. But then you can sidle into a quieter section. Just gonna sit down, chat, exchange stories, buy rounds, you know, the usual. Old pistons gleam on the walls. The shelves are crowded with mementos from across the sky. The clientele raise their voices to be heard above the comforting clamour of the adjacent engine yards. Oh, we're literally by the engine yards. Okay, no music, only the sound of engines. Introduce yourself to the seasoned captains. They are always happy to offer words of advice, sometimes many words. You have yet to make their acquaintance. And I can't ask them how to make a fortune through trade just yet, because I must introduce myself first. Good day, good sirs, madams. 4 are gathered at their usual table. Marst citizen, the libertine, is it libertine? Polmath, and pioneer of the neo-nocturnal artistic school. The Bitterfield didact, a scholar haunted by his discoveries. The plucky baroness, explorer, collector, philatelist, oh boy, oh, these words, lovely. And sorry, that's gonna make me say a rude word. The spat guy. What is this? Spvwvky. Meg, who hunts monsters. That is quite the title, Meg. Of course, everything out here is jolly dangerous, says the Baroness. Few risk the skies, so news of distant ports is valuable. Collect port reports from the places you visit and deliver them to Victory Hall or Company House. The more you turn into once, the more they'll pay. Oh, interesting, so I have to collect. Look for other opportunities on the way. Advise the masked citizen. Passengers who want transport, rich men in need of bloody work, etc. Okay, so we can be an explorer or just help the rich. But get paid by them as well. Hehe. Ask them how to make your fortune through trade. Between them, they've carried Navarantine gemstones. Is that Navarantine gemstones from Eleutheria. Souls to the Blue Kingdom and raw hours to London. Have they tips? Ah, the didact says, fiddling with his innumerable talismans. An essential topic. Make slides you a stool and the captains shuffle around to make room. The masked citizen buys you a drink of their own invention. It is violet and foggy. The plucky baroness gives you a brisk, encouraging grin. Ask away. From top to bottom, how do you sell goods? The fundamentals. You can sell practically anything at a big trade hub like New Winchester, the Baroness answers. If you want to buy, though, you'll need to travel to more distant ports. Each specialists in a particular export, or specializes in a particular export. Meg spits chewing tobacco onto the floor. No money in buying and market prices and selling at them too, though. You want to look for bargains or prospects of people offering better money. Buy cheap, sell dear. Because sell or buy any trade good at a major port. Lesser ports each sell a single good. You can see what a port exports by selecting it on your chart. I see. Prospects. The masked citizen sips their drink. The biggest port in each region has a bazaar where captains do business. There you'll learn of people at other ports prepared to pay over the odds for a commodity. When you accept the commission for a prospect, it's yours. No other captain will pursue it. It's so fantastically civilized. The smell is droll. You'll have to source the goods yourself, of course. Bediville, didact. Evade taxes at all costs. Well, yes. In this game, of course. That is true. Don't evade your taxes. That's not gonna end well with you. Oh boy. Unless you're super mega rich. And then you could just pay. How would that work? Offshore. Wow. find a port that exports them. The client will want a certain amount. You can supply some or all of it. But if you provide all they need, they may furnish you with an additional reward. Accept prospects in the bazaars at major ports. You can accept up to 4 at once. You may review and abandon them on the locomotive screen. Oh my goodness, there is a lot more down there than I thought there was. Trading opportunity. Ask them if they know of a good prospect available. In point of fact, I do, says the Mars citizen, tapping an elegant finger on their elegant glass. Alright, let's get this all. Opportunity. The host at Magdalene's needs an urgent delivery of seeds. Paying a pretty penny too. If I were you, I'd get to the bazaar straight away. Put my mark against it. Make grunts. Broker in Port Avon is selling cheap seeds. Chirpy chap, God knows why. His face looks like it's been pushed through a mangle. Oh, weird. But that's 2 opportunities, surely. He wants an urgent delivery, and you tell us where Port Avon is selling them for cheap. So we get it for cheap, we sell it for dear. Port Avon lies to the southeast, so this kind of direction of New Winchester, and Magdalene's lies to the northeast of New Winchester. So we need to go southeast, and then we need to go northeast, which is over in that direction. So we're going to go down that way and then curve back around, or down and up if there's a passageway that way. Magdalene's. Negu. That this is going to be a problem when it comes to reading for me. I do apologize. Posture check. Thank you, Gabe. Hold on. Let me just get comfy as well. Let's do posture check and comfiness at the same time. Hi. There we go. Sit up straight. Southeast, and then go up from there. Go to the bazaar using the area list on the left and accept the seeds thing. On the left, we can't get that just yet. But we'll go to the bazaar in a bit. Where can I buy things cheaply? Spatchcoca, make wipes beer from our lip. Nowhere this busy. Deals are snapped up too fast here. Visit the bazaars at quieter ports. Can find all sorts. Limited supply, mind. Bargain won't hang around forever, though, the Baroness confides, steadfastly ignoring Meg's manners. So don't hang about. If you're space in your hold, snap them up. You can always sell them at a major port for an adequate return. Go to minor ports, sell at big ports. Ask about how to expand the prospects and bargains available to you. How to put this delicately. Is there perhaps a way that a resourceful captain could prejudice circumstances in their favor? Learn about affiliations and the opportunities they present. Make a noise like a sneeze crossed with a ricochet. It ain't who you is, it's who you know, innit? Nepotism. She taps her broken nose. Quite, the masked citizen remarks. The wider your circles, the more advantageous the opportunities that will present themselves. A wise captain makes the most of them. Hi Anna, how are you today? Hello Shadow! Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I hope you're doing well. How are you? I am all good. We are learning a game, so we're getting there. We're gonna get there eventually. There is a lot of reading to do. But soon we will be out in the skies, just enjoying our time. Hopefully not losing or dying. You know, the usual. You're doing good. I'm glad. I'm glad you're doing well. Right. As your captain increases in level, your affiliations increase. Academia, Bohemia, establishment, and villainy. They will unlock new, more rewarding bargains and prospects. Affiliations allow your next captain to inherit certain resources should the unthinkable happen. But they won't have the influence. If we lose our current captain... Wait, how many Annas is there going to be in this world? Oh no! You just came to say hi, you're a header. Okay, Shadow, that's fair enough. I know for quite a few people it is quite late. Have a good stream, Anna. Thank you. Have a good rest. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend. Alright. What's the subjects that we can change to? That is it. Alright, we shall go elsewhere. Onwards. It's 12:40 for you. Oh my, is that past midnight or was that midday? Either way, have a good rest of your weekend. Thank you. I will have a good weekend. We are playing cool games. Or learning them at least today. So we've explored, we haven't done that opportunity. What's recruit the incautious driver about? Specialize in test driving, but I'm looking for something quieter. Yes. Officers require a sign-on fee. Allow the driver to join your crew. This will give you a chief engineer who will increase your iron by 6, your hearts by 2, and your affiliation establishment by 1. And how much do you cost? 20. Okay. Okay. I probably still have to get some food. I don't know if food is a problem. It's not over here. There is terror. Oh, nightmares untroubled. Yeah, let's get a chief engineer. Let's just take everything we can possibly get at the start, and then realize we have too much and cannot handle it. In addition to your ordinary crew, you now have an officer or perhaps a mascot. Officers must be appointed before you can benefit from their skills, abilities, or animal charisma. The first officer you recruit for each role will automatically be appointed. To change officers, open the officer panel while in port. Okay. What's the officer panel? This one? Here we go. We've got a chief engineer. We can get a first officer, a quartermaster, a signaller. We've got a chief engineer, and we can also get a mascot. We can get a little kitty cat. Supplies equals food. I see. Okay, it's all bundled into one. Perfect. Your officers use this tab while in port to appoint them or at any time to talk to or otherwise interact with them. So if I click on you, the driver has no tolerance for uneventful voyages. When not on duty, they stare through the stained glass windows as if willing excitement to ride in on a wave of disaster. When they take the wheel, the rest of the crew grip the nearest available supports and whisper quiet prayers to various gods. Gamble? Rumors not intended for your ears suggest the driver is running an illicit poker game in the hold. My goodness. My goodness gracious me. Gambling on my ship? On my engine? Why did you not tell me sooner? I mean, I'll join in. Let's go. Caught in the act, you entered the hold and fight the game well underway. Oh, I thought I was joining in. The driver sits cross-legged in front of a pile of freshly won sovereigns and 3 newly impoverished members of the crew. Stoker angrily throws an expensive-looking watch onto the pile of winnings and departs in a fury. The driver looks up. Archivist, care to make a wager? You rigged it? Did you rig it? Oh. Your mirrors gives you a 25% chance of success. That's so low. The driver deals the cards between the players, the cook and a crewman whose name you can't place at the moment. Watch each other with barely disguised suspicion. Behind you, a small crowd gathers to see their captain's coin. 25%. Oh, buddy, and I have really good mirrors, at least to start off with. I wonder what it can go up to. That's enough of that. I'm away. Ban any future games, let the game continue. Do we have to do a thing about gambling here? Do not spend what you cannot give up. You know, be sure to think of your future as well as your present. Yeah, I'm just gonna let it continue. We'll see. The driver nods to you, idly scratching an ear. Just for a moment, you spot something green winding around their finger. You cheat. You are learning more about the incautious driver. Well, I feel like letting them continue means I have more opportunities to learn. If I had stopped it there and then, that would only have made them less trusting of me. This way, hopefully, I could learn more. But I wasn't gonna bet. With those odds. Oh, you want me to try again? Converse with the incautious driver. They keep scratching their ears, even while driving. A nervous tick, perhaps a sickness that might spread amongst the crew. James, hello! Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I hope you're doing well. How are you? But, oh, yes. And the driver scratches again. It's nothing, just a little earache, I'm sure. It comes and goes. The knee trembles with the frustration of being pulled away from the wheel for even this short conversation. See, all fine now. It's obviously something. Oh, do I order them to go to a doctor? Oh, I wanna keep trust up as well, and I'm sure if I recommend visiting a doctor, they're not gonna go. What happened to our doctor anyway? Hopefully we can do this again. I will recommend first, and if they do not go, then it will become an order. So basically, to start off with, it's an order, but disguised as a recommendation. Not necessary, the driver protests, scratching at their ear with renewed force. A look of pain flashes across their face for a moment. Perhaps. My family knows of a specialist in New Winchester. I think father owns the building. I think I can call in a favor. Okay, they are actually going. Oh, damn. And a second, listen to the driver's suggestion. Recently, they've been roaming the corridors of your engine, whistling and getting in the way. Is there something they want? The driver blinks. Can't keep anything from you, I see. I've been feeling a bit on edge. I'd like to make myself useful if I can. There's races at the Royal Society. Maybe we could go there and you could drop me off for a bit. I could make us both a bit of money. They take out a coin and flip it in the air. It comes down on heads. Just a thought, anyway. Driver will join the Rochester Club to take part in races and generate winnings for you on secondment. Huh. Okay, we are learning a lot about everybody. If I can remember this will be great. One of your favorite streamers had an emote overhaul and lost some of your most used emotes. Oh no. Is it that they didn't go for similar emotes? Like similar reactions? Like they just had a complete different emote lineup? What? Alright, we've explored the city, I believe. Yes. So an opportunity. We will soon be out of ports. I think New Winchester is quite the popular place, after all. Or your kobold emotes. Oh no, our opossums. That's very different. Excuse me, Captain! A woman pushes through the crowds towards you. She is short and square-shouldered in a neat black suit and polished shoes. She shows you the case of her pocket watch. It is embroidered with the crown and hourglass of London's horological office. The body responsible for entrusting time is consistent across the empire. I'm hoping to book passage to Port Prosper, she says, slipping the watch away. I can, of course, pay. We do need to get to London. We do have other things to do first. I'm gonna offer a passage, and can I ask what time frame it is? No, I just get it. I hope my cabbage emotes never become lettuce. I don't know. Yokoi. I will forever be a red cabbage. Those your thumbs up and your favorite word emote, and that's what they look like now. Ah. Hopefully they can make it available in other ways. Thank you. The locomotive I was on broke down following a boiler rupture. The chief engineer's fault, I suspect. A gentleman fonder of brandy than of diligence. Here, an initial sum to seal our bargain. Prosper lies to the east. Okay, we're heading all in eastwards directions. We need to go southeast, we need to go east, and we need to go northeast. So we're all pretty good. They aren't bad, they just aren't the same. No! Not that there is such a thing as north, south, east, or indeed west out here. Instead, London cartographers picked 4 of the brighter, more reliable stars visible from the Empress's new palace and named them north, east, south, and west. Londoners value familiarity. Speaking of familiarity, your poor emotes. You loved your lizard boys. You had them for 5 years. To overhaul them after 5 years, my goodness. Especially, I guess there was a change of heart. It was like, I no longer want kobolds. We now want possums. That is it. That is all. Alright, 50 sovereigns to start off with. That's not bad. We could indeed investigate the black box. But I don't want to open it. Oh my goodness gracious me. This is quite the options. What has become of my language? As soon as I start reading things like this, I start going, my goodness. He's now on a possum feature, so there was a bit of a rebranding. I'm very happy with my cabbage self, so don't expect any rebranding to happen anytime soon. Captain Whitlock left it to you in the hold of the Ophian. Her will described it only as a black box, a description you consider to be an unhelpful understatement. It is a casket of black basalt, longer than you are tall, unadorned with a single small recess that contains a keyhole. The thing must weigh most of a ton. Stands upright in a corner of the hold where the crew have pushed it out of the way. Make those before you VTubers were a thing. Fair enough. Whether you obey it is up to you. Decisions. The last request of the Captain Amelia Whitlock was for the box to be transported to a specific address in London. Alternatively, you could perhaps find someone willing to purchase it as a curiosity. And if you knew what was inside, you might be able to command a higher price. Oh, no. No, I am... Well, I do always play a destructive game. I will keep my promise and uphold our late captain's will. Try to remember where they acquired it. Captain Whitlock had it brought on board just before your ill-fated expedition to the Blue Kingdom. It was empty then, you know, because you saw the lid and the box carried on board separately and assembled in the hold. It's not empty now, it is sealed and even heavier than before. But you left the Blue Kingdom shortly after the box was delivered and made no stops on the way, so whatever is inside the box now, Captain Whitlock found in the Blue Kingdom. Which is also the place where everybody got really hurt, so maybe not. It has the dimensions of a sarcophagus, plundered from the tomb of some forgotten prince of Egypt. You like your little coffee guy? He's a very good little coffee guy, isn't he? But Anna, think of the sovereigns. Well, luckily we didn't go for the wealth path. We shall examine it, but we shall not open it, you hear? There are no carvings or inscriptions on it. The joint where the lid meets the body is too thin to admit even a knife blade. There are no holes by which light or air may find their way in. It is impossible to see inside without opening it. Even the keyhole has been engineered in such a way as to prevent peeking. The recess with the keyhole, though, as far as you can determine, that is a more recent addition to the box. Stone has been drilled and chiseled away to create space for a modern metal lock. We will ignore the styling of it. Ah. Why can I not do this? I need an uncanny specimen. And I need affiliation with villainy and 200 sovereigns. You have not yet opened the box. I have the affiliation of academia. I guess we might be able to come back. And I feel the academic path. Might be good if we don't open it. If you have an unusual trophy from your journeys to share with him. Okay. We need an uncanny specimen. What is this one here? You need a savage secret. My goodness gracious me. Perhaps not. Alright, I think that was it. I think we explored. Oh, we don't. Oh, we have... Oh, we're taking you to the doctor, of course. Pass and deeds. You've earned enough experience to increase your captain's level. You can now choose a new past or deed via the facet screen. Which one's that? Journal, profile. Which one's that? What is the facet screen? I will come back to that in a bit. I've had that open the whole time. It's been taken off the screen. An immediate appointment. Bottom right, bottom right. Oh, this one. I did say that was covered by my mic. That would make sense that I did not see that in the corner of my eye, but thank you. We shall do that in a bit. While the doctor conducts his examination, the driver asks you to update their old records with their current employment. You take a moment's pleasure in the driver's ridiculous middle name and pass over the field of gender, straightforwardly crossed out. Their address was last an eyebrow-raising, prestigious New Winchester townhouse. You amend it to the name of your locomotive. Ah, the doctor says, peering into the driver's ear. A case of verdancy, a fungal colonization of the brain, not uncommon in the Reach. You've noticed uncharacteristic impulses, changes in behavior. She eyes the driver's sky suit and scars. The driver nods. Yes, the spores root deeply in the brain. Attempts to extract them have had less than satisfactory results. I'm afraid the best prescription is to entertain them. Take them where they want to go, see the things they want to see. Typically, a little travel does the job. They'll soon lose interests. What? Oh yes, you just have fungal matter in your brain. Don't worry about it. As long as you appease your fungal overlords, you shall be fine. Okay. Well then, let's level up. Oh. Okay, take a facet. I see. Oh, apparently I have one in cold as well. And lightless as well. Okay, cold looks like I would just murder someone straight up. Dave the Diver recently. I have seen that. That looks like quite the bit of fun. I do have a lot of games to get through first though. It's a good time. But I have seen the spearing of fish to then run your own sushi place. It's all good. Just destroying the environment. And you probably kill sharks and things as well. The less you see of it, the better. I've seen a little bit here and there. Like I've seen the rhythm game section and things like that. But not a huge lot. I haven't actually watched any videos. It's more that I know from someone else playing it. No! Alright, take a facet. Ooh, hello. What did the wind's effect hold in store? A spell in prison. The judge, stony-faced, condemned you to the new Newgate. I can't copy and paste that, can I? Hold on. Let's just put this over here for now. I am gonna look that up and how to pronounce it. It's not sitted. There's T-I after the C. How to pronounce? Oh, instead of stalagmites, it's
stalactite.
A stalactite. That's how you say stalactite? No, hold on that. It's such a great thing to come across unprepared. I don't call it player-verse environment for nothing. A masterpiece. You will not let your education go to waste. You poured years of sleepless nights, setbacks, and research into one great work. They call you brilliant, eccentric, and obsessive. Which you can get, oh, Mirror's Iron affiliation in academia. You can get a moment of inspiration. What is a moment of inspiration? I can't quite hover over it. Ah, it shows you the ways it can split. So you can get iron or veils, so kind of more villainry. Perception and health. Ooh, that doesn't actually seem that great. You came close that day to death. It left its mark. Everything else, this one seems like it gives you more. It does give you more. I mean, surely I would go for the one that gives me more overall. I guess I do have to think about I will eventually perhaps have to invest in other opportunities and things as such like that. I think we already got a little bit of iron. Should we go very high into a specific stats and have a very specific play style? Is it kind of D&D-esque where you're good at one thing? I feel like we're gonna lose a lot of captains. What's that? You like your fishing and restaurant game? Well, get ready for Muse Dash! Moment of inspiration is a possession you can spend like savage secrets. I see. That could be pretty useful. And we'd increase our veil a little bit as well, which I can't remember what we are at. Up there. It is up there. +2 as a general level up thing, we get +2 that at? Does it switch between? No, that's just what we're gonna get anyway. Our veil is nothing, basically, at the moment. And I feel like having something to spend could be useful down the line. We are definitely going the academic route. So being able to have a moment of inspiration to spend on whatever it may be, that'd be useful. Stats don't matter when you're lucky. Well then, we're gonna guarantee one and hope for the best with the rest. I'm gonna go here. A scathing critique of the new astronomy. And concealed within its 3 comprehensive and erudite volumes, which are approvingly stamped by the Ministry of Public Decency, is an encrypted but spirited call to revolution. Oh ho! So a moment of inspiration. It is good to love many things, for therein lies the true strength, and whosoever loves much performs much, and can accomplish much. And what is done in love is well done. You can acquire these from Sweet Jane or the Toll Tower. And then just affiliation with academia. But we already have one, so we should be okay. If we have something like this, maybe that will work. And to get that set up as well. What is it called? Veils? Veils. Deceiving and evading. I don't think we're going to be great at that, but there may be times where we have to rely on it. So it's, yeah, I'll get it up a little bit. We'll see how this game works. There we go. We've got maps and charts now. I have not asked about the war. I went to the Promise of Days and then forgot to ask about the war. The slow-burning war for the Reach forms the backdrop to daily life in New Winchester. Citizens wishing to keep up with developments in the war turn to New Gazette. It is famously the only newspaper worth reading in New Winchester, as well as the only paper that hasn't bankrupted itself. Its quality speaks for itself. You can read about the progress of the war, check your reputation with the factions, and who currently controls the Reach. This is Shooting Star, which is a song for the rhythm game. While I wasn't playing the game multiple times, I'm not ashamed to admit it. That is all good. The music you enjoy is there to be enjoyed. No judgment here. So, the current political situation in the New Gazette. The lay of the land. The Assembly runs New Winchester from Victory Hall and seeks to strengthen its hand in the Reach. London's proxy, the Winwood Company, however, maintain a considerable presence in the Reach. Although New Winchester is still neutral ground, tensions are mounting within and without the port. So it's between the Assembly and the Winwood Company? Am I reading that correctly? Our name will not be in there. We literally just walked in 2 weeks ago and said, yeah, our captain died. Whoop whoop. Your name does not appear in any of the Tacti Focus reporting on the war. Apparently you are not considered worthy of comment. There's no mention of you among the stories about the Stovepipe's recent fortunes. You are not of interest to them. Exactly. There's ants in your room. Get them out. Get them out. Where's the nearest ant nest? Deal with it. And apparently we can't read about the latest news in the New Gazette. So, I think for now, finally we might be done. Oh! Oh my goodness, the scarf fly. Is time passing? Apologies. The banking house. My goodness, do I have to open an ISA now? Holidays or hell? Hell. Straight up hell. Apologies. Time is not passing, thank goodness. Because I have been here for a while. The banking house. I promise this will take only a moment of your unquestionably valuable time. He produces a folded contract with a flourish. We hear promising things about you, Archivist. Very promising indeed. We would like to extend our services. We provide a secure solution for the storage of your assets, absolute discretion, and steadfastness unto death and beyond. We require only a signature. May I read the contract? The offer is entirely complimentary, I assure you. All Halliges will measure ourselves by the quality of a clientele. Or at Halliges. Should I just say like something like Halifax or something like that? A bank vault allowing you to store and withdraw items at any hub port. Okay, they're not here to steal my money. Hopefully. There it is done. I am certain that this represents the beginning of a long and warm relationship between ourselves and your lineage. May it endure. I bid you a good day, Archivists. You may access your bank in the central port of any region you find it in. The list of areas on the left-hand menu when docked. Over here. Select the transfer items between your hold and the bank. You'll be able to access the contents of your bank from any hub port. If your captain dies, the contents of your bank will be inherited by your next captain. We shall put it into our will. Okay. Stories. There's shops. My goodness. And also that station, which we are currently at. Okay. The bazaar. Ah, we have not yet selected the prospect. We do need to do that. Oh, and it sees for Port Avon as well, rather than buying it from there. So where do we buy the seeds? For his comfort and sympathy to the wary Skyfarer, his host will tell you any lie you need to hear. Some of those lies require flowers. The amendable host always wants up to 3 sacks of verdant seeds and pay 80 sovereigns for each. Oh, knocked over something there. Northeast is where we'd be sending them to. I think we're just gonna claim everything. Ah, there we go. High brass or the lead beater and Stained Road Nature Reserve. We'd also claim this one because it's seeds again. Okay, hopefully there's an indicator on the map because I'm starting to forget all these names. I assume there will be a journal over here and it will tell us about all our things that we need to do. For example, where would it be? I don't see it in there. Is it not in our journal? Responsible for the orderly regulation of time across the Empire. A port in need of a resource doesn't necessarily mean they don't sell that resource, they're just bad at business. I do also want to get very cheap Salvador. Very cheap Salvador. Deliver to the vicar at the Nowhere Inn as soon as possible, if not before. Huh. Okay. Yes, there's the map, but we haven't seen a lot of it. We're gonna go exploring in this direction, though. Oh my goodness, there is horrors! Horrors beyond that we will eventually see. Officers, inventory. My stats, my reputation. I assume that means my reputation is neutral. And my soul. The soul is icy to touch. Disproportionate. Clinical. Removed. Presiding Devilus. What? So it's just, wait, not physically cold. Like, I have seen someone dear to me depart this plane of existence, and I'm like, well, I'll leave it at that. Scroll out on the map. It's gonna be huge, isn't it? It's gonna be absolutely massive. Oh, it's okay. It's not too bad. It is also just a plate. Alright, we have accepted that. Oh, whoopsie daisy, I went too far out. Excuse me while I shall explore a little bit more. The profile, this records all aspects of your captain's abilities, accomplishments, and reputation. Engineering, we can get shells and rounds and all of that. It costs a lot. Also, there is just a skull there. Of course there is. Bank, nothing in the bank to sell. Okay. Cramped quarters or sensible plumbing. Where are our sovereigns that we have at the moment? Because this is just blank down here. But I know, I assume that would be the total. Ah, there we go. There it is. Top left. Portsmouth House. My goodness. Shivering Gemmy, which is what we have at the moment. Requires crew at 6+, is a tier 2. I assume it is more reliable. A solid workhorse of an engine, courtesy of the Crown and Misery Company. Sober and reliable, like a third favorite aunt in a crisis. You're gonna sleep, James. Okay, take care. Sleep well. It is 1,200 sovereigns. I do think we need to go and explore some more. Alright. I'm gonna go now. I think we've done quite a bit. I did not buy any more resources. I hope that I can make it to where I want to go. I'm low on supplies, so once you run out, your crew will begin to starve. You can buy more at the ports to check if the port sales supply is selected on the chart. Okay, map. Chart. It must have it. These ports sell fuel and supplies. Okay. Sorry, boys, we're just gonna have to go back around and dock again, just because I forgot to pick up some supplies. I would rather not be starving. There's a market. Fuel and supplies here. Engine yards. We cannot get any more. It has less crew and defense. Huh. Interesting. Less fuel. Oh my goodness gracious me. An infernal beast of brass and steam. My goodness, maybe not quite yet. Let's see. 20 sovereigns. Whew. Okay. 20 for fuel and 40 for supplies. Supplies seem to go down quite a bit. Wow. I feel like we have to spend all our money right now. There we go. We'll spend all our money. Is that all we can carry as well? So we won't be able to pick up things, but I'm sure our supplies will go down pretty quickly, as well as our fuel. Our fuel is nearly down until it consumes another one. 90% remaining, and that's 89. We only did a little round trip and it went down by, what was that, like 20-something%? Okay. We're off again. We're just gonna continue on our way. Do a little bit of cruise control for the time being. Let's just move around. There's a forum there. We're not quite interested yet. I would go to the south first. Pro tip, heading... Oh, sorry. I need to pause to be able to read. Handing in port reports will help keep you afloat in the early game. Port report... Ah, reporting where the ports are. I see. Checka. Gabriel's archive. Oh! Distant clamor of engines, yards, an ascension of smog on the windows. Is there anywhere to dock around here, or is it simply that I have discovered a place that I cannot enter just yet? That might be the case. It is tab for the map. This is not the right way at all. So I'll just head in this direction. I'm just gonna take a swig. Voila. Not quite pilot, our driver does this thing. Or her thing, their thing. 5% terror, they're kind of okay. It's just kind of uncharted territory. They're just a little bit nervous. We'll see what awaits us down here. Oh, hello. Old stones and forgotten ruins that lie tumbled across the sky. Now to hold on that. Jottamate kudasai. Juan. A new smell behind the coal and the oil, the green unlikely scents of apples. How lovely. Oh, and a port. Avon, there we go. Or Avon, I should say. A new port captain, your crew crowd to the windows. Oh, sorry, pressed E instead of R. Discovering ports. You're approaching a newly discovered port. This has significantly reduced your terror. Your crew are always thankful to find another place of relative safety in the skies, however strange or full of devils or covered in mushrooms. My goodness. Behold a ruin of giants. Gargantuan blocks jigsawed together, furred with moss and whispering with orchids. A bucolic village nestles amongst them. Smoke coils daintily from the chimneys. A leisurely game of cricket unfolds on the village green. Disembark. A ramshackle dock juts into the sky beside a farmyard scattered with rusty locomotive parts, planting, piping, a chugging motor with its innards exposed. An oily-faced, black-haired girl waves your locomotive into position. Welcome to Port Avon, she calls as you disembark. A rich knot of scents greets you, leaves and wood smoke, enriched by an infrequent but pungent intrusion of goat. Port Avon welcomes new visitors, but your novelty will wear off the more time you spend there. When you visit in the future, you may need to bring someone to keep them friendly. My goodness. Your Port Avon welcome is now 3. Port Avon spills prettily across sections of colossus drifting ruins. Its orchids bask in the evening gold light of a distant nebula. Alright. Locals are willing to update you on the news. There's not much to share, but that is okay. I will write. I love to hear your stories. Were it not for talk of smugglers and sky beasts, you could easily confuse this place for a village on the world you left behind. It's quite peaceful here, apart from some fuss over a newspaper delivery. The villagers frown and change the subject when you ask about it. Interesting. To earn rewards, hand your reports to the indirect veteran, or the prudent secretary. They're normally found at Victory Hall and Company House, stocks near New Winchester. However, they can move as the war in the Reach progresses. And you have to find them again. Exploring Port Avon will wear down your welcome. He can restore it, allowing you to stay longer. By sharing gossip. Or giving them tea. The Village Green. The Nowhere Inn. Slycoptian Ruins. What place was this? What giant king made his home here? And why did he abandon the vast stores of souls that the locals still quarry from beneath the stones? Perhaps you might risk a furtive excavation of your own. Not one of the looming stones is quite square, yet they all slot together immaculately. I think this will definitely be better for us than the village gossip. I do also need to bring things here, so I should probably not overstay my welcome either. Not one of the looming stones is quite square, yet they all sit together immaculately. What were these ruins before their fall? Even their bones are tall and stately as the finest cathedrals of old France. What purpose did they serve in the past? Plentiful days when their sun still shone. I am bad at both of those skills, I do believe. 22%, 28%. I think 28% is probably better than 22. All is well. That is it. How they saw, how tragic, how solemn, like the most rampant visions of Turner. Success would give us visions of the heavens. And the locals would not approve. I want to not disappoint the locals at the moment. I will try this. Nope, of course. Do I just hurt myself now? Tale of Terror, my goodness. A milky mist billows across the sky. The stones pour cold showers over you. They loom like stooping giants. You are so tiny, so fleeting, so easily squashed. You hurry from their choking immensity, seeking the smaller familiar shapes of cottages, of trees, of locals leaning on their painted gates. And we got some terror for that. Oh, but we can keep trying? Ooh, I feel like that's okay. Perhaps not quite now, but definitely we know where this is now, and we can always return with better stats and hopefully better luck. What else is here? Oh, of course, we have no money. We need to go get some money quickly. Jumble of undistinguished souls. What? The bottles are so ordinary as the souls that coil inside them. What? That's just a normal thing to sell, I see. Okay. Right. I do kind of want to explore a little bit more. Oh, a stop clock. The first distress expector approaches you in the galley. Captain, good day. I notice your ship's clock has stopped. Perhaps you'd permit me to repair it. She has a little case of tools and a hopeful expression. You pay engineers to deal with that sort of thing. Or I can permit it. Okay, do I have to pay you? I have very little money at the moment. But we shall give it a go. An opportunity for conversation. She gives a grateful flicker of a smile, says to work. Soon as she has the back of the clock and has spread tiny cogs across the galley table. Obscure horological tools gleam brassily among them. Everything has a place. Appreciate the opportunity to keep myself busy. Staring too long at the stars is harmful to the temperament. And the fastidious inspector is attempting to fix your locomotive's clock. fastidious inspector has a round face, brown eyes, and short dark hair. She gives the impression of being perpetually busy. What are your duties? She sniffs. It is of fundamental importance that 10 o'clock on the 2nd of June in one corner of the Empire occurs at the same time as 10 o'clock on the 2nd of June in the opposite corner. How is an empire to function if it can't agree what day it is? Unfortunately, the process is complicated by the fact that time is less reliable than it was. The hours trade has seen that. Any news of London? London sits in her coat of smog. Courtiers squabble at the foot of the throne of hours, hoping to receive endowments of years. Meanwhile, hard-working civil servants labor to ensure everything runs as it should. Was there a touch of archness there? Oh, that's normal. I miss her though. There is no city like London in all the skies. And Albion is very different from the Reach, much more civilized. And the Reach, please. Give me all your information. Far from home. It has an uncouth splendor, but I miss Albion. I'm gonna think that's how it's pronounced. And the steady light of the clockwork sun. These sunless reaches are so misty and quiet. She pauses. But critical. The territories here are rich with raw hours, and enough vegetation grows on them to feed the whole of London, even if some of it is a dubious shape. My goodness, she knows a lot, doesn't she? The tangles of time. Oh, hours have more uses than that. We use them to increase the efficiency of work worlds, to speed journeys to distant regions, to resolve overcrowding in prisons. It does make my life more difficult when time knots and stretches like wool on the loom. More difficult, but more vital. Her Majesty seized a great trove of them when she assumed the throne of hours, and now even more have been found in the Reach. Miners dig them from the ground. She looks momentarily wistful. I hope someday to retire with a modest pension of years myself, to prolong the better part of retirement. Wait, what? She actually gives out years? Wait, we can actually mine time? Did that only just click in my brain that is a thing that happens in this world? Yes! My goodness! I see why the queen... It is a queen of this place, correct? Her Majesty, yes. I can see why a queen of a British Empire would be so inclined to traverse the skies if that could buy more time for her empire. And by that I mean also herself running the empire. Does she have someone at the back going like, how many years do we have to give out? We have to make sure we have enough that I can sustain myself. But we shall give them to the people below me and the people below them. Oh well. So that's what we're doing out here, I see. Long, 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 long live the Queen. My goodness. Winchester War. We were just there though. There are those who feel that London is a long way away and that they'd do a better job of governing themselves. The frontier tracks. Ah. Yonigiri, thank you for the follow. And also thank you for the head pats. Pat, 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 pat. Thank you. Hi, hello. Yonigiri, thank you very much. There is a lot of reading in this game. I hope you're happy with stories. We just learned that we are mining time so that the Empire may live forever. No, I hope you're doing well. The frontier attracts independent spirits. We call them tactiers. for the hobnail boots that are so practical out here. You love my reading! Why, thank you! I will still struggle a bit with a few words. This game has a very Lovecraftian feel to it, although I have not delved quite into that just yet. But I'm sure it will be there, considering we have a terror meter in the bottom left. So this should be interesting, and we shall see how it goes. Also, if I just move my head, this is the character I have down the bottom right there. I have made very old Anna, who is now the captain of our vessel. London unsurprisingly disagrees. The Wynwood Company earnestly represents Her Majesty's interests in the region, sometimes very earnestly indeed. The tacties call London's loyalist stovepipes. For our hats, I suppose. She avoids looking at you, and you, Captain, where'd your sympathies lie? Perhaps you'd rather be left alone. Perhaps you are undecided. Perhaps you see the conflict as an opportunity. We are simply out here to follow our own ambitions. We are not soldiers for a war. Yeah, being neutral is usually not the best idea, but at the moment, I'm just neutral. I do not know enough about each other's situations. What a remarkable indulgence, she remarks, with a raised eyebrow. Of course. I thought there'd be a bit distrust with that answer. Let's see. Did we not already inquire about our work? We've discussed the Reach, which what I assume is just like wildlands, in a sense. The wide, wild frontier. Yep, that would make sense. Oh goodness. Compliment her skills. I did not go down the charismatic route, so we're gonna struggle with this, but we shall try. I appreciate good workmanship. Thank you, she says, a smile, embarrassed silence. It's possible the inspector is pleased. It's rather hard to tell. Riz. I feel like we are more the person who would stumble over their words and have zero riz. Bid her a good evening. You've work to do. And to you, Captain. I think I shall make a cup of tea. Tushkin. Of course. Oh, if we just kind of flit around the edge. Oh, I took damage for that. No! I clipped the corner. We shall be very careful of that then. Okay, I think we want to go slightly northward of where we are. Oh, little fishy! I say little, this engine that we own holds 10 people plus ourselves. Or 10 people in general. I'm not quite sure if we count as one of the crew. So that fish is actually quite big. We can send out our scout. How do we send it out? F? And there we go. Oh, they are going to attack us. Okay. Turn off auto. And let's try and line up this shot. Maybe we can get something to sell. Oh, it's trying to flee. No. There we go. Loot. We have killed a beast of the skies. The Canticari. Lumbering, half-fossilized isopods that will attack anything they disapprove of. Given that they are very ancient and mysteriously grumpy, that means almost anything. The largest chunk of the Canticari still lives. Still lives! They can be slow to die. My goodness, okay, I did not quite expect this. Stubbornness, perhaps, or the sluggish journey of signals along their calcified nerves. I can listen to its last complaint. It sent. Did I just kill something that is very intelligent? Its parting grumble is bitter and mournful. Your crew share tales of the Kantakari to distract them from the noise. Kantankari? Kantankari? I'm sure it's a made-up word, so I can't look up how to pronounce it. Prize precious stones from its carapace. Oh my goodness. We do not have canning equipment, so we do not have butchery. And unlocked when desperation is half starved. Ah, so if we don't have a proper butchery, we can be more rough with our techniques. For now, let's just hear its tales. The Kantankari rumbles. They sound like grinding millstones. They hate new things, one of your crew suggests. That's why they attack engines. The grizzled stoker snorts. Everything's new to them. Their world died before ours was even born. Oh. And I got a sky story that I can now share. A little token to go on your board. There we go. Onwards. Oh, so I can do the other option. Now, hold on. Very interesting. What did our good scout find? A tomb? Perhaps? Something grave. Okay, it's a something. Is it this part or is it further around? I think it's around the edge. Cuddle's comb. A spider's signal box, foggy with webs. Once was part of the Isambard line, an old folly. Let's have a little look-sees. Oh my goodness. The signal pock? The single... I'm gonna take a drink. The signal box is shrouded in grey. Close up you see that the box is covered in delicate webs studded with cocoons. Oh no. From the blue and white pattern of one bundle, it appears the spider has trapped a teapot. Inside, beneath a desk covered with rusty levers, is a luggage trunk. Captains in dire need can borrow from the cash inside, but custom dictates they must later replenish it. A fatalistic signalman. You detect a whiff of cigarette smoke as you enter. A man in grey uniform and grey bowler rises from a chair. Evening. I don't suppose you're looking for a signaler? He does not sound hopeful. How long has it been? Or how long has he been waiting here? Increases your mirrors by 6, veils by 2, and villainy by 1. Interesting. We could also read the ledger. Captains who withdraw from the cash should note their name and ship and what they took. Occasionally, they add anecdotes. You will gain a vision of the heavens or sky stories. Well, why not? Let's do that first. The handwriting is poor but legible. Captain Smith deposited fuel in the cache, hoping to gain good luck. There is a column for miscellaneous notes. The captain describes a field of debris that flew through the reach to reach the signal box. Each rock was bursting with life. Tiny flowers the color of milk jostled in the currents of the engine. The locomotive was overwhelmed with the scent of honey and home. And we got a couple more sky stories. Do we want our villainy up by 1? I will take the stats that I can be getting. Unless it costs me too much. Nope, just joins. You started by your response. Oh, right. Was expecting you to say no, to be honest. You ask what he was doing here. I work the as is Zambard line. I'm the last one, I suppose. Hitch rides between the boxes, make repairs, sweep up a bit, but I could do with a change of scene. He seems unsure. Well, I'd better get my things together. He picks up a modest hodl and checks his hat is on his head. Yes, I think that's everything. After you, archivists. You can appoint him as signaler. Okay. Is that going to be automatic, or do I really need to just sit down somewhere? I'm not going to raid. Because I do need my luck. And I very much think that luck is going to be quite literally a thing in this game, so I'd rather not have bad luck. This place makes them yearn for the righteous camaraderie of New Winchester. Riotous? Onwards to adventure! Alright, you automatically got there. Okay, we got a gloomy guidance. Very gloomy. And we also have one affiliation with the establishment because of you. One affiliation with Villeneuve because of you. We're all good. Those little extra stats are going to be very useful. Our terror is not a tool. Alright, let's get a little bit further away. There we go. Before sending our scout out again. Hello, Sky! Hello! Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I hope you're doing well. How are you? As we go into a place that is a little bit darker. I'm very much hugging the walls at the moment. Oh, some fungus over there. Oh, a lighthouse? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? New Winchester built watchtowers here in a fruitless attempt to deter marauders. Nalohorana. Aha! Yes, fruitless, because there is someone over there. I don't think they saw me, though. I'm pretty sure they just saw me. Oh gosh, okay. You bad? You bad? I can't tell who was good or bad. Oh, Tacky Scout. Hello. Good day. Do you need some assistance there, good sir? Or madam? Yes, I don't think I can quite help you. Well, good day to you. Shall be on my way. I'm glad I didn't just open fire on them. Is that just a wall? Is this a dead end? Where am I going? Oh, I went past something. Hold on, gotta go back. 11 terror. Okay, we're still okay. They're still struggling there. I have 0 options to help you, so I shall not. I'm good. Does the dark place have brambles? We are so new to this, I do not know. Oh my goodness, gears. Wonders. The inscription on the memorial to the unknown rat is dedicated to those brave Ratus Faber who gave their lives in the early exodus to heaven. Wonders. You found and benefited from a wonder, one of the most pleasant and least menacing landmarks of the high wilderness. Wonders immediately lower terror when you draw near them, so as long as you haven't visited too recently, sometimes it's worth taking a detour to include them in your route. You failed to sleep! Right, I'm going to play Dark Souls 2 to relax while I listen to your stream. Please do try to get some sleep when you can. I know I was about to swear. Insomnia can be a bee. So take the time you need. Boy, the revolutionaries out of the sky in the name of Her Majesty. We'll see eventually. We'll see eventually. Alright. It was east of New Winchester, so unless there might be something in the pocket there. Which may be the case. I'm gonna go to that pocket. I'm gonna stay close to New Winchester first. You gotta get a snack. You gotta get a snack. Then go back to bed. Oh, okay, chicken. Thank you for the head pats. Pat, 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 pat. Thank you. You did say you haven't got any sleep, so most likely the best. Most likely for the best. Let's see if there's anything in here. Talking of snacks, you need a snack. Or did you just say you were gonna get a snack? I am constantly confusing myself, it would seem. Maybe a bit further on. And we'll be able to head south. There we go. Just the 2nd of April 1905. So we have a functioning clock now, it would seem. The clamour of New Winchester can be heard on the wind, familiar as a disagreeable uncle. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we did not travel east far enough. So I do have to turn around. I see. Right. Let's hope we have enough fuel and everything. To make it a bit further. Little Nibble! No! No Little Nibble! How good are your Dark Souls? Because for all I know, that might mean you're up for another few hours. Just a DLC boss. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go this way. Oh, I'm gonna turn off autopilot. Cruise control. It seems to be a little bit dangerous around here. Oh, the watchtower. We're all good. Oh, but if no Little Nibble, then I need to find a different snack. Yes. No Little Nibbles. Alright. Fully another watchtower we found there. There is another grave here too. We do need to start getting some money. The Typhoon. An old wreck, broken and bent. Alright. You beat Sir... what is this? Alone? A few hours ago. Second try after not playing Dark Souls 2 for, I think, 4 years. So you could just get straight back into it. You could just get straight back into a Dark Souls game, like nothing happened. I tried Elden Ring? It was called Elden Ring, correct? I was not great. I think I kind of just left it there for a while. Shall believe in you then. We all do. Right? You can do this. The wreck gleams with frost. Its windows are dark, its engines silent. Perhaps something of value lies within. The whole chassis is on the verge of collapse. 30% chance for success. My goodness, it's gonna be so low. And what is that emote? What are you doing there, chicken? Play the trilogy on stream. Oh my goodness. Nothing. I see what you're doing there. We're gonna try this. We need resources. Partial success. I will take it. I will take a partial success. You lead the boarding party into the groaning hull. You'll need to be quick. It sounds like it could tear itself apart at any moment. Insulated in your sky suit, lamp held high, you lead them towards... Captains often keep their most unusual discoveries to themselves. Any valuables you find are like to be modest, but you might be able to sell them to a pawnbroker. What do we need? Probably resources, right? That seems to be going down the fastest. Also, did I lose a crew member? It's suddenly gone down to 9 out of 10 rather than 10 out of 10. Did I lose someone? We need supplies anyway. You seize tinned food and a crate of unrecognizable vegetables, frozen hard. No sooner you are back aboard than the wreck breaks apart, spilling its remaining contents into the sky. It's only then that a head count reveals you're one short. My goodness! You've lost a crew, you've gained a traitor! I'm sorry, traitor. Rip. Oh, I thought it said traitor. It says terror. People are just scared. I thought I was being traitorous. I was like, hold on, what? And we've got a supply. Okay, we've got a single supply. My goodness. Okay, okay. We'll see how this works out. I'm wondering if the Avon port counts as a new port that we can get money from putting in. Is this how this works? If I go back to New Winchester and I say, I've seen a port, do I get money? Oh dear. Oh, hello. You're not going to start attacking me, are you? Oh, I think you are. You're a marauder. I see. I could take you down then. Under Her Majesty's order, I could technically take you down? Is that a thing? My goodness, I need to improve my aim. I overheated! Sugar! Heat! You heat bars full. This happens when you fire many shots into the roof. Succession. When you can't use... Okay. Order that. I can't even read fast enough. We've nearly got them. I'm lucky I dodged those shots. My goodness! Oh! Ow! Oh, we backed into that. That's not good. Alright. They're on their side. Easy target. Whew. Ah, to the victor the spoils. Ah, by the way, Anna. So, Alana is famous to be one of the hardest bosses of the DLCs, and the DLCs are way harder than the main game. I would have thought so. That boss has a samurai-style fighting stance. Oh! Is it like the proper samurai fighting as well, where their blade is not drawn until they want to do the final blow? It's like that. Rather than go ting, 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 it's like sheathed and then drawn very quickly, because the blades, I think they're brittle, if I remember correctly. So I'm stop talking about Dark Souls. It is all good. You have to wait a few seconds for the heat to return to normal levels. Okay. The crew of the Marauder lie dead in the corridor, killed not by your guns, but knives and small arms fire. The only survivor is the captain, locked in the bridge with a bottle of brandy. Chalk eyes stare back from every wall. When he ran out of chalk, he began scraping them in with his fingernails. Little remains of them but bloody stumps. Seen this before, Captain? Says a crew member, grasping your arm. Sky madness. Wait, how did we say we were pronouncing this again? Magdalene's can treat it if he can be bothered to take the poor sod. A short quest. I'm up for a short quest. To wait a few seconds for heat to return to normal levels at his face after someone gives her a cheesy compliment on stream. True story. True story. See? Hey. And the confusion as well. I was like, what? Why? Oh. Delivering the Sky Madden captain. And he's aboard our locomotive. Okay, I want to be quick. If we can get back to New Winchester soon, maybe. This could work in our favor. We've got a tale of terror again. Are you occupied? That's why. No! No, tales of terror! The horrors of the sentient space cabbage. Rawr. Oh. It doesn't work. No, I've been tricked. You're prepared to board the buckled wreckage, poised to plunder the plunderers. Behind you, someone is having a song of victory. Usual cargo, yeah. Please, thank you. What could it be? A faintly luminescent cage. A silver idol rests inside the cage. 4 wings extend from its hunched shoulders. Made from moonstone, your navigator says in a hushed voice, to amplify the light of the stars. Onwards. Righty-ho. If we go through there, we might be able to make it back to New Winchester. And cure this man of madness. Or if not, get some tails. How about your game? Chattamate. There's more. He's really fast. There's his attack in which he stops, takes a stance, and dashes really fast towards you. And there's the second phase, he has power to his sword, though even when normal, it only takes 2 hits to kill you. My goodness. Now back to our game. What is this game about? Is it like Fast and the Light? It's your first time? This is my first time. And from what I can gather, we are the British Empire, but in the skies. So we have our engine, our locomotive engine, going through the skies, discovering wonders, scaring ourselves witless, things like that. For the fun of it, it would seem. There is a war going on at the moment, although we haven't delved quite much into that just yet. We're simply just exploring at the moment. I'm quite looking forward to it. Cruise control down. Oh my goodness gracious me. Woo! They just crashed. You silly sod. All right. Oh boy. Oh wow. Okay, just take yourself out. I'll take that. I've learned from my experience. Very nice. I will do some leveling up after I've done some looting. Don't accidentally go into there. My goodness. It's actual snack time. Be back in a moment. Okay. Everything is the British Empire. Just doesn't know it yet. I would say the sun never sets in the British Empire and the skies, but the problem is this is called Sunless skies, so somewhere it is dark and dim. Sounds cool. I really enjoy these space games. It's a shame there aren't really many people streaming them, at least within my living hours. I really enjoy space games as well. It's kind of my thing. Well, I do enjoy a lot of other games. I think I want to keep finding cool space games. The crew of this weathered engine had been driven mad by the winds and the stars and the things that haunt the sky. Perhaps the engine was transforming something valuable when the crew succumbed to star madness. Or perhaps one did not succumb to the star madness. 86% chance we lost a crew. It might be good to get one back without having to pay for someone to join. I can't remember. Actually, I remember how much it cost to get 3, but that was because their captain had abandoned them. It's quite easy to get new crew if their captain had abandoned them, because they are out of a job and they're like, we'll take a drink. we'll take a drink and we'll work for you. That's all good. So 86% chance I'm gonna risk it. Success, not even partial. You explore corridors whose walls and ceilings are daubed with unfamiliar constellations. At last you find a cabin barricaded from within. It holds a crewman who seems lucid. He begs to join your crew. Your own crew aren't sure. What if the Star Magus seizes him? You get a crew member at the cost of Terra. Or we could lose Terra by taking him and dropping him off. Okay, our Terra isn't too bad. I see there are 4 marks beside it, which means our Terra probably reaches max and then has more permanent effects that you can get rid of later, maybe. So I think I'll just take the crew for now. We'll go back up to our maximum. Only 5 Terra. I think we can cope with 5 Terra. Crewman is grateful. He works with a feverish intensity, eagerness to please, or the first signs of the obsession provoked by a surfeit of starlight. Surfeit? Your crew take no chances. Someone watches the newcomer at all times. Naruhodo. How are your terrors doing? They're still untroubled. Nightmares, so we're all good. I guess that's what these marks mean. I guess we can slowly start going mad. We do have a man on our crew who is quite literally mad at the moment, so we must depart him as soon as possible. I will quickly level up and take a facet. You don't want terror reaching 100%. I assume not. I will do my best not to. A scandal, my goodness. You are the gossip of London's saloons and the target of blistering editorials in the Gazette. Mad, they said. Bad, they said. Dangerous to know. Veils or mirrors with some heart? Below stairs, the comforts of every well-to-do household rely upon the scurrying, grinding work of its servants. You know this firsthand. Naruhodo. We can either be a mentor, what is that? An interlude? In red and gold? You lost your mind once. They put you in a splendid hotel managed by a cheery gentleman who would determine when you could leave. Oh my goodness. Or prison. Or we could just keep going villainy. Without the ability to do villainy. Hearts and iron. Veils and mirrors. What are we at the moment? Our mirror is pretty decent. Was that the check we did last time? That was 83%. So we're pretty good with our mirror. Our hearts is pretty low, or do we want to go into irons a bit more? We could get some hearts and iron there. For a time you enjoyed the favor and protection of a mentor, someone who saw your potential and decided to nurture it. Apparently being very studious makes us a villain. I shall then be a villain. For a little bit. I also do want to get my iron up a little bit too. If I can get iron, if I can get 2 stats to be pretty decent. Hopefully we'll have the options to avoid things in general that don't favor us. We shall see. I'll have a mentor. His attempts to distance himself from his larcenous past were of mixed success. His guests were scared or scarred? Scarred and rough-spoken and told bloody tales of smuggling and thief oaths and nameless murders. Well, sure, why not? I wasn't the one who did it, so it's all good, right? It was simply a mentor that helped teach me. You know, he was leaving that past behind. I had nothing to do with it. I'm like the one where they're having a meeting, they're like, who's the kid in the corner? And I'm just like, hi, yeah, I'm just gonna listen in on your meetings. How you doing? Yeah, we're all good. Alright, there we go. New Winchester, up there. Crime Senpai! Yeah, exactly. Alright, I know we are disastrously low on fuel, so we shall see if we could actually get any money for what we've done. I'm trying to remember exactly how you do it. Grandma Anna again, my goodness. You can hand in your reports a bit further up. I will do that first and then we'll do Grandma Anna. When you say hand in your reports further up, where exactly do you mean? Do you mean physically further up this way? Ah, over here? Our terror is decreasing now that we're in comfort. Victory Hall! I do believe this is the place. Let me just take it. Great. That's the Dakati option. The Assembly, a coalition of independent-minded settlers, colloquially called Taketeers. Oh, that's what you mean. Loyal Brits would go further still. Naruhodo? Gather and argue here. Deliver portables here to receive rewards and win the Taketeers' favor. Naruhodo, no! So if we go further still, where exactly is that? You mean this one over here? Ah, the company house for Her Majesty. Quite so. The local headquarters of the Windward Company, London's proxy in the Reach. Deliver port reports here to receive rewards and win the company's favor. Quite so. Following the uprising, the fortunes of the Windward Company fell in New Winchester. Good day, madame, good sir. Deliver your port reports to the prudent secretary. We could also chat with her. Should we chat first? The secretary's gender is the subject of some debate at the company canteen. I was right to be... What is the word? I don't know what the word is. Careful with my wording. What is the gender neutral for something similar to sir and madam? I don't know. Oh, the face is sir or madam is not gender neutral, of course. Just simply by their name. Ah, there is not one. I think tactics give better rewards early game, but I don't let that persuade you from your patriotism. Well, we are going full patriotism. I do not mind. We shall survive for Her Majesty. Perhaps one day we can be given out years so that we may enjoy a well-earned retirement. I'm sure things will go quite fine, quite spiffing if I do say so myself. The Secretary's prudence, however, is not. Both these facts provide the Secretary with a great degree of satisfaction. Sorry for Redeem Girl Anna, it's been a while. Do not apologize, it is still there for a reason. and you are using it as intended, so you are quite welcome. I would be interested to receive reports on events in other ports. However small, the company has an expensive interest. One never knows what might be important. Alright, then. This will influence the balance of power and the reach in favor of the Windward Company. We are going the patriotic route. We shall serve Her Majesty in hopes that we gain favors later down the line. We are an academic. Without Her Majesty's universities, we would not be in the position we are today. And this is how we're going to play it. Good day. I believe I do have some reports. My goodness, 100. Why, thank you. Any more? Jolly good, jolly good, jolly good show. It is a comfortable room for a modest secretary. Stained glass windows lay crimson slants across the desk. The prudent secretary receives your reports and reads them one by one. A number of questions follow, to which the secretary expects cognate, succinct answers. Her Majesty is grateful, they say as you leave. May she reign. Long may she reign. I will say as I exit. You've lost 1 fortunes. Tactes. Ah. So we are now struggling. They're probably going to attack us on sight. But I've got a fortune with the stovepipes for a new type. I'm still struggling with them. Okay. But we have the Windward Company's gratitude, which I guess we can then use probably in London itself as well. Things like that. Okay. I do not have any more reports. Oh, trade favor for saloon stewed gossip. Your dealings with the company entitle you to the occasional afternoon tea with the Fort General Manager. He has 6 sisters in London and can be relied on for scandalous gossip. Those are their fortunes, not yours. I'm just gonna try this out. The tea is stewed. Rather than troubling his secretary, the manager made it himself. My goodness. But the news is fresh and disgraceful. My goodness. You now have 2 saloon stewed gossip. Rightio, I am going to be on my way. I do need to restock quite desperately. I feel like I have to travel further eastward. So we shall see. Because our fuel is getting quite low. We're untroubled again. We're all good. Let's just dock. There we go. Right. Some shops, please. Marketplace. It's a little bit expensive here. I wonder if we can get it cheaper somewhere else. Just gonna cost us. Oh, we can just afford 1 more supply. So get them both up to 3. My goodness, we are not doing this so hot right there. Those 2 places are where to sell. Where was it that said the places that we can buy? Because we've got the journal, which tells us of more of what we've done. It did say we could take it to London. But what are we... Where can we head? What's up to 3 sacks, and we'll pay 80 sovereigns for each. See, that says where we are. Oh, we have a madman on board. We need to deal with that first. Ow, oh, sugar. Explore. The walls, perhaps not. What was this mini quest that we were doing? Is it in journal? Sky Maddened, there we go. Ah, a specific place. Magdalena's. Is that actually a place? Look in the hold tab. Okay. Villainy, Tales of Terror. That's a place, Captain. Thank you. Thank you, Navigator. We still have the inspector on board fixing our clock. She's just on board, along with someone who was absolutely mad. Ah, she needs to go to Port Prosper. I see. We have all our gossip. We have the opening narrative still, and just completely ignoring it. In London. And a minimum safe manning number. Alright, okay. So we do not want to be here. Where do we want to be then? Should we just start exploring further out then? Should we go to the west? Because I don't know where exactly we are meant to be buying these seeds. I can't quite remember the name of the places. But I'm sure we'll come across it eventually. Might be worth heading to Port Avon first. Guarantees you another port report. Did I not collect that port? This one, or do you mean the one that's meant to be more north eastish? You get them every visit. I did not know that. I thought it was a one-off kind of thing. Is it because you're getting information from there? I see. I see. Okay, we'll do that roundabout route then. Okay, and I get 100 for one report? Is that it? Okay. Right. We'll head on back there then. How far down is it? Not too bad. Actually, what's the best route as well? We can turn left and we can kind of go that way just to unlock some more area. And at the first we'll probably die to not knowing where anything is. It is quite likely that due to not knowing the lay of the land that I will get lost eventually. Okay, Dark Souls 2 told my character, you died! And I think it's time for me to follow my character example for today. I'll try to visit more. Impossible. Go rest up. Go rest up. You do sound like you need your sleep, so please take care of yourself. You wanted to ask something, but you forgot. You forgot. That is all good. Hopefully, if you remember, just, you know, the Discord is there. Feel free if you remember just to dump it in general, or something like that. Oh, all stones. I forgot ruins. We are back here. Perfect. Let's just turn off our auto. The sky is as cool and blue as ice in a glass. Perfect. Cool. Go say hello. Grab our little report. Alright, take care, Anna chat. Right, you take care too. Sleep well. Recruit a repentant devil. My goodness. Ayasumi nasai. Ayasumi. Do we want this many crew members on board at once? Is this gonna end badly for us? Especially a devil. Oh, a quiet day. Pleasant breeze wafts through the village, making even its peculiar residents relax their guard and welcome guests. Only a little, but enough that even a visiting stranger can enjoy their bohemian. We could repair. The engineer has little to do. She could use the distraction. With what exactly? Is this just repairing? Okay. But if we could get some fuel, that's a lot cheaper, isn't it? Do we have the sovereigns? We have 28, so we could buy some 2 fuel here for basically half the price, correct? It cost 20 back in New Winchester. I feel like opportunities like this shouldn't be missed. Okay, let's just have a little look around. We can increase our welcome by sharing some gossip. I may as well try the options that are present. You make for the nowhere, the local pub, where you can be sure of an audience is bent to overhear your conversation about a London scandal. One resident even buys you a drink, an unquestionable honor. So we're at 4 now. I don't know how good it can get, but we are more welcome. There's not write a port report. There we go. We're not for talk or smugglers escape east. We're all good. And we are all good. Okay. So the Victory Hall and the Company House, we're going to the Company House, can move as the war progresses. So wherever we have to dock will change depending on the war status. Will that mean they can move closer in the Reach? Or is it more that they set up more establishments? We shall find out. Right, I think I'm all good. Thank you for the report. Do you want to join, my man? I can't, because I would need 100. Perhaps not, but if our paths ever cross again while I have the money, that might be the case. The bazaar? Yep, we need to give them to you. Oh, but you sell them for 25? Right. We are going to just discover the rest of the ports, I think. Oh, boink. I think I need to head more in this direction, I think. Because of Avon, I thought the next place we were looking for would be about here, but it was not. So I think it's a bit further on this direction. We shall see. Let me just take a quick swig before I crash. And let's just go around this. Oh, inspect. Oh, sugar. No, inspect. Oh, sugar. Was this ruined edifice beautiful once, or was it always glooming and uncertainly? I would like to inspect, please. Requires a saying. I cannot I cannot. Goodness, not quite a good academic individual if I cannot explore ruins. Ooh! Was that the treasure we just... Oh my goodness. We just moved past, or is the treasure further up here? Ah! Can we perchance break this open? It requires mining, which again we do not have. Right. We're gonna have to start upgrading our ship when we get the opportunities. I can't tell if I can go under that, so I'm gonna go around. We've investigated there before. I'm not quite interested in that today. There's more things that if we had mining, it would do good. Oh, is this a dead end? I see. Shoot someone to tell if you could collide with it. That is perfect device. Oh my goodness, our supplies are running down so fast. Okay, let's just hope there's a port in this direction. It did say east. What is that? You're approaching a memorial to the unknown rats. One by one, your crew move their hats. Interesting. Well, let's see if your headlight goes beyond it, but that's less cool. Ah. I did not quite think about that. We're going quite far in this direction. And it's very gloomy. Is there anything out here? Before we start starving? Lipkin's Field. Another just grave part. Okay, maybe we could get some supplies here. The Somnolent. A red captain, your driver informs you. Might be worth a wee look. They add delicately. 30%. Oh. We're very low on supplies. We don't need the repairs. Partial success. Did we lose someone again? Okay. Supplies again. And we've lost someone, got a bit of terror, but we got 2 supplies this time. Thank goodness. Okay. Yep, someone died. Whoop whoop. The less crew you have, the less supplies you use. It's a win-win. Works out in the end. Oh no, what a shame. Dear old Jimmy didn't make it. I really feel like there isn't a port in this direction. But we shall travel in this direction anyway. To see the horrors. Oh, is Fishy gonna attack us again? Alright, Fishy. Oh, that's the wrong way to dodge. Ah! Woo! You dumb lad. You're hurting yourself doing that. Ooh. Send one of the crew out with a set of pliers. You will always find an uncanny specimen, which we needed for something. But maybe the opportunity has been lost. But sovereigns. I think we need the money right now. We have no money. Oh no! I know there's another crew member, my goodness. And we already got 10 sovereigns. Your efforts yield only modest results before a violent shudder wrecks the beast. or racks, I should say. 2 plates of carapace grind together. A crewman's hand was between them. He screams, or his scream is thin in the hollows of the sky. He's just lost a hand. He's okay. We haven't lost him. He's still alive. We have a doctor, right? Yeah, actually, maybe we don't have a doctor, but... Well then, I do apologize, we're gonna kill another one. Oh, fudge, I pressed the wrong button again. Name every lost crew member. Today we lost an Andrew. Andrew was lost today. Dear Andrew shall be deeply missed. We're gonna do this again. Success! Way! 20 died. Oh. Alright, I guess there is a nest up here if there is a Terra. Horrors, you found a horror. One of the more disturbing landmarks in the high wilderness. Don't linger, your terror will increase more quickly than usual as long as you remain near. I want to know what it is. Miners dug too deep into this worldlet, disturbing yes, it was them. That was disturbed, okay. Might I discover and interact? Oh my goodness, we will die. If we interact with this, let's do it. When settlers arrive in the Reach, miners flock to this frozen rock, lured by the promise of hours stored in its core. An eruption of cantanker. Is that how we were gonna say it? Cantanker? Cantankery? Cantankery. Has left it in its current mangled state. A makeshift graveyard stands at the lip of the rock, a memorial and a warning. Might disturb any. We have extremely low chances, so I'm just going to leave. More treasures. And it's just floating out. Perfect. Oh, a touch of the skies. Skyfarers exposed to the haunting light of the stars are prone to sudden obsessions and erratic behavior. An irregularity in the galley. The table is neatly laid, but the plates are glued in place and the cutlery nailed down. The culprit is quickly discovered when she tries to nail the chief engineer's hat to the chief engineer's head. Everything has its place, she explains when she's dragged before you. Ooh. Issue an additional ration of brandy to the crew. They've started to go mad. We've got people going mad suddenly out here. We definitely do not have hearts, so we can't take that risk. We could waste a supply and it may not work. Or it might actually. Will we lose a crew member if we can find them? This won't solve the problem overall though. We'll still have a maddened crew member who might break out. You know what? We're gonna just waste 40 sovereigns worth of supplies on giving everybody alcohol. Eat their emergency food. Strangers in the night. That evening, your engine is loud with song and laughter. The sky shanties are perhaps a little lubricated, the humor laced with a touch of mania. But for now, the fears of the sky are forgotten. A passing cantankery rumbles through the cold night. It tuts at the bright, glaring warmth of your windows. It flicks a disapproving antenna at the noise and the hour. And you have passed it by. You're just glad to have the quiet and cold of the sky back. Terra has fallen as well. And I think we could pick something up here. 1 fuel, okay. Ah, there's some more here. It's because we're near the Terra, isn't it? They're giving me supplies for the Terra. Hull, still not the best, but I'll take what I can get. Must I leave through the other way? That is the question. Or is there something northward? Okay, we're out of the range of the terror. My goodness gracious me, what's the... Okay, we're gonna wait a bit. We're gonna wait a bit because they might take each other out. Run, I'm not running. I'm a scavenger. Lose terror? The fragments could be a menace to passing engineers. Clear it out of the way as a serve to other skyfarers. Nope, we're gonna risk it. Success! You venture out in your sky suit and begin picking through the fragments. Your patience is rewarded. Here's a stony organ still palpitating with stubborn life. Oh, sugar, don't bring it towards me. You seem to have lost the big one, though. Okay. Oh, yes, more to salvage. Thank you. Loot. I used to think happiness started with a H, but apparently it starts with you. Oh my goodness, where did that come from? Shiny! Hello! That was out of nowhere. Oh goodness, I hope you're well. See what I said earlier is truer. Oh, alright, I'm gonna lose some terror. Let's lose some terror. One good deed. We'll start going back around this way. Oh. Shiny, I hope you are doing well. Oh, a place of peace, contemplation and rest. The driver twitches miserably. Which way is it? Is it down here or up? I feel like this might just link through something. Oh, there was little lips. Incautious driver. Is that... No, it's slightly different from the one I crashed into. Sorry. Crashed. Scout. That is a good point. Okay, I will use the scout. Settlers who live so far beyond the edge of civilization relish the hardships of solitude. They will fiercely defend their small territories, but occasionally welcome company and trade. You sit down beside a humble homestead whose owners, despite their ragged selves, insist on inviting you in. This will reduce terror, and if you are starving, we'll buy you some time if we eat your fill. Share gossip from a civilization, which we can get for supplies. That is very useful. Leave swiftly. Perhaps you'd rather not risk encountering hostile strangers. Perhaps you want to avoid small talk. And we don't have any munitions. I will try a little bit of gossip. Precious as gold. We only got one supply though. Your host is desperate to hear news from New Winchester and London. The scandals, the fashions, the feuds. They listen intently like an avaricious relative at the reading of a will. When you leave, you discover a generous bundle left on the footplate of your engine. Why, thank you. Alright. We got some supplies. We're gonna send out our scout. Oh boy, I thought you weren't gonna make it back. What did we discover? Oh, up there! Oh, it was slightly on my map. It's now April the 18th. It was the second last time I looked. We have been out for what? Wait, it was. I thought it was 1902 or 1903 as well. How many years have passed? All Up it is. Where is the bit where we dock? Over here. A new port, the crew are relieved to see land. Perhaps unwisely. My goodness, it's quite the port. The House of Small Comfort. Magdalena's is the closest thing many skyfarers have to a home. It offers services to alleviate the strain of a life spent too close to the stars. So we could treat our terrors. You could treat your nightmares, which I do not think we have. For some cases of sleepless nights lost in fathomless terror or persistent night terrors and is that just illicit dreams, more severe treatments are required. Well, we're quite okay at the moment. Sorry, I was clipping that cute reaction, but yes, I'm doing well. My goodness. I'm glad you're doing well. Oh, let's go have a look, shall we? Glass spires of Magdalenas pierce the clouds like swords. Shadowed figures can be seen moving through the gleaming corridors, their identities obscured by the huge glass. Crowds of skyfarers, ministry officials, and merchants mill about the forecourt in varying degrees of distress. All watch the clock set in the great clock tower, waiting for their appointed hour. And while I just take a quick drink. We may deliver the Skyman and Captain. The nurses bring a stretcher to carry the Skyman and Captain from your train. He'll receive the care of Magdalena's finest, at least Magdalena's finest, with a sense of charity, given that he has nothing on him to pay for their ministrations. So we did that. No longer aboard. Gate of Vision of Heaven. Terror has fallen and we got 100 XP. Simple as that. I don't usually eat veggies, but Anna look like a snack. No little nibble. No eat on me. Hold on. Sorry. I've got a little bit of a cough. Oh. A meeting with the amendable host. The founder and master of ceremonies and Magdalena's has requested you by name. Oh my goodness. Well, first I would like to write a port report. Magdalena's is a bus with activity. Barely has the clock chimed, then a clamor goes up at the front desk. Guests rushing to and from appointments. Lord Blank, who I do not know it seems, was seen in conversation with the amendable host. The east wing was closed for general access all day. Or closed from general access. A certain distinguished admiral was seen with his second in command entering one of the chambers of regret. Several guests succumbed to an excess of sentimentality and were forcibly removed. And we have to hand our reports in. Right, we were asked by name. The host will see us now. Oh my gosh, and he knows your name, which is concerning. An attendant escorts you through the dazzlingly violet corridors. The host's red door is always open. The attendant leaves you just as the clock begins to chime. Good day, good sir. Good day, good madam. Whew. The amenable host reclines on a couch of crushed velvet. A goblet of sparkling wine hinders or long fingers. I see. Somewhere in the tower above him, the great clock ticks away. As a policy, the host atrium is always open to guests. He is available to hear opinions, friendly criticism, and suggestions. Today, he has a headache. He beckons you close. Cygnus, his voice is soft and sibilant, like butter melting in candlelight. A guest has become rather too attached to a particular attendant. He always requests that the same attendant appear in the exact same guise. The amenable host's lip curls in distaste. He reiterates the aim of Magdalenus, a place of healing, a respite. It was not meant to feed obsession or self-indulgent self-loathing. This guest brings sickness. I would have him purged. I have a dossier on a dossier? Excuse me, what? Dossier. Collection of documents about a particular person, event, or subject. I see. On a guest, if you're interested in helping. Okay. Interesting. The Admiral Host has requested help in removing a customer who is blurring the boundaries of healer and patient. The guest fell in love with Aoshi. But this is simply a respite. My dearest me. An acting challenge. The Admiral Host smiles indulgently. I'm so glad you want to help. He produces a thin sliver of pages and passes them to you. I'd recommend taking on the role of one of our attendants. That way, you'll be playing the role of someone significant to him. The amendable host sighs, reaching for his goblet. He knows all of our attendants by voice now. Someone new is needed. Okay. Sorry, what am I doing? We're just chilling, right? We're just chilling. I guess we will deal with this individual. The attendants on duty have been informed about your involvement. Hey. Oh my gosh. How do you plan to deal with him? A treatment chamber has been emptied for you should you wish to adopt a guise from his past. Alternatively, he is standing right there. He does not seem to have noticed you, his eyes instead boring through the doors of the treatment rooms. Disguise yourself as his mother. She drove them apart once. An attendant will help you with the wig and makeup, another with the voice. How magical is this place? You could disguise as his lover. The attendant normally on duty is more than happy to assist you. Anything, as long as it gets rid of him. Disguise yourself as his grandmother. My problem is I know nothing of their mannerisms. Disguises have caused the poor sod enough trouble. I feel like we won't be able to deal with him directly though that way. But maybe we could just slap him about. Be like, look mate, you're not wanted here now. Piss off. Oh. I do not have... We are of wits, not of disguise or anything like that. Delete his Twitch account. Block him. Let's try this directly first. Larchy Moss guest's eyes widen as you approach. Has there been a problem? You invite him to sit. Stiff brandies are ordered. You recount your own share of heartbreaks and tragedies, how you found yourself here, and you make clear that despite all that, you will be leaving. He nods slowly and after a quick shake of your hand, walks away toward the station. He does not look back. Oh, thank goodness! Being direct and honest. Alright, update time. An attendant escorts you through the dazzlingly violet corridors. The host's red door is always open. The attendant leaves you just as the clock begins to chime. He reclines and all that. Today he has a headache. Let's see. For better or worse, he will not be returning. The medical host smiles beatifically. How do you say that? My goodness, this is gonna teach me how to pronounce things, hopefully. Beatific. I accidentally clicked caps lock, so we have a video instead.
Beatifically.
Beatifically. I was right. Grass touched. Exactly. Of course, my staff will be pleased. It is a risk of our trade when our clients can no longer separate identity and illusion, but seldom pleasant. He sighs deeply, echoing around the chamber like a newly freed dove. It is a trap any of us could fall into. His face darkens briefly. Here, take this. He fishes around beneath his couch for one of his gobblers. It'll fetch a pretty price. Take it with my thanks and do visit us again. And we got 100 sovereigns. We need to start saving so that we may upgrade our vessel. Another sip, another sip. Actually, while it's paused, this might be a good time for a little break. I need to refill my water because it is completely low. And with this talking, I'm going to need more. So I will take a couple of minutes break, couple to maximum of 5 minutes, and then I'll be back here. We can continue on with this little adventure of ours. So I will see you in a bit. Remember, grab yourself something to eat or drink if you need it. Let me know if you need to head off as well, if you would so like. I'll see you in a bit. Thank you for the salute. Salute! Ah, hello, I am back. There we go, so is the screen. Actually, I need to just click. Here we go, there we go. I have now opened the window because this room is becoming quite warm. Quite warm it is. What do we want to do? We have not yet actually spoken with any of the attendants here. So it might be interesting to see what they can offer. If it reduces terror, we're doing okay for terror. I wonder if that sound of cars is going to be picked up with the window open. If it becomes a bit too noisy, I will close it again. We shall speak with the attendants. An attendant in the foyer schedules appointments with the aid of a hefty daybook and a very accurate clock. They are eager to explain the procedures and the rules that govern here. This is a hospital for the spirit. Our staff will become the person you need. Okay, it doesn't pick up the cars, that's good. Here you may say farewell to a doomed comrade, resurrect an old love, spar with a defeated enemy, all for a fair price, but do not to overindulge. Our services are to heal, not to become an addiction. Okay. We could talk to the patients being discharged as well. 7 devils emerge from the chambers, their eyes all alight. They huddle in the atrium, apparently comparing notes. A mother wanders past with a young boy. He would only ever listen to his old arithmetic tutor. His death has been rather expensive. What? Okay, well, I think I'm doing quite well here. Is there anything I can buy? Seeds. They're only 20. They're 25 here too. Bargains available. Apparently, it's a bargain. We do have quite a bit of money now, and we do need it. What do we? How much do we need exactly? Up to 3 there, and up to 3 there as well. Okay, we can buy them in different places and then sell it on. So for here we can buy 3 and then we'll have to drop it off at the northernmost port, at least in comparison to where we are currently, because it was northeast to get to the other port, which I know of. The tutor died, so now the mom takes the kids to talk to a tutor impersonation. Oh my goodness. Wait. They could do that too? Do they get the intelligence of the individual as well, maybe? Buy or the buy. To complete this prospect, supply 3 more. How much did that cost me? It cost me 20, 40, 60, 75. So we'll get 5 in total back. Is this how this works? Is this the place we were meant to be? Did I mess up? It is! We're just buying and selling to the same place. I see. I think most adults could tutor a kid. I guess when, well, if they were spending money on a tutor anyway, that means she herself, the mother, could not tutor the kid as herself. So she wanted someone of a more reputable position to do it for her. Maybe. Who knows? Kid could mean any age. He only listens to a tutor. Of course, my brain. I did not read. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, listen here, kid. You're gonna have to get over that. How old are you now? 3. All right. Oh, it was 80 per one. Oh my goodness. Okay. gain experience. This is how it works. Mind blown. I didn't know that's okay. I will get there eventually. I apologize for the slow brain. I do apologize. Can we send out our little scout just a bit ahead? Anything new? It found nothing. Ah, waste. You might be able to buy supplies of fuel there too. You know what? Looking at how separated these ports are and how our bat found nothing, that's probably a good idea. Sorry, just kind of wandering back, wasting a bit of stuff there. It says on the map. Oh. Oh, it says what it sells. Okay, that's what you meant. Okay. Let's just kind of dock in there. We did get some money. We're gonna put it straight back into the establishment. All is good. Shops. Exchange. There we go. We've got plenty of fuel for the time being. If I get 4, what would that put our hold up to? That would give us 5. We've got 5 things already there. What do we actually have in there? We have to have 5 things. 4 fuel. One of those. If we get 4, it would be 5, so it would be 9. Which gives us 3 free slots to go grab things. Jettison cargo. No thank you. No thank you. We have a little bit less crude. Yeah, I'm just going to take a lot of supplies because they seem to go down pretty fast. Oh, I can reverse out. So I will go around like this and start heading northward. I have been here. Why did I not first discover that? Why did I have to go over that specific spot to discover it? Okay, I will go over many spots as I travel. Let's see if we can like reach the outer reaches. This place. The peacock winds buffet the engine. A jolly tune. Oh, is this just forever now? It is. Push against it. Reach the outer wall area. Oh, a memorial. Cryptic Stoker wants to hold a memorial service for the crew that had recently died in your service. Was this Jimmy and Andrew? Judging by his tattoos of his storm studded with mouths and his rattling collection of talismans, the ceremony is unlikely to be Christian. Oh, attend and deliver a eulogy yourself, but we have very little heart. And we could just attend. Your fortune gives you a 50% chance of successfully attending a memorial. I'm just imagining the only ways to mess this up would be like, yeah, I don't really miss him really. You know, he did his job and then he died. It's gotta happen to all of us eventually, right? Oh dear. Okay, well, we failed. How did we fail? 50% of guessing whether it was Jimmy or Andrew, yes! The cryptic Stoker appears before the gathered mourners with his face painted storm grey and his amulets rattling like distant thunder. He speaks of a storm that remembers, his voice ringing between a croaking approximation of an old woman's voice, a shrill mockery of a child's, and a drooling attempt at a high society patriarch. The crew seem unconvinced by the outlandish ceremony. Perhaps they long for the sober, plodding Sunday services of their youth. Oh my goodness. Onwards into the storm that is battering us. I will fight against you until you disappear. Oh, are we near a terror? Or is it simply because of the storm? Or a backbone? All it is a large wind. You can deal with that, surely. We're in the skies. It's gonna be turbulent up here. Oh, did we make it out a bit? A little bit. There we go. And thus it stops. Is there anything around here? That's just the corner, isn't it? Hold on. Yes. We seem to have found ourselves in some sort of jungle now. Surely nothing wrong could go here, right? Alright, I'm sending you out again, Bat. Oh, just as I find something myself. It's found something! The thing I'm heading towards. The driver points at Titania, flower of the Reach. Father wanted to move here, but bees happened. Oh, that's the terrariums. Oh my goodness, is it a giant butterfly? Your port is over here. Okay, I thought I could collide with the butterfly. It's okay. I cannot. Petal end. Titania. Alright, what do we have here? Well, first, is Titania somewhere where we're meant to be buying and selling? No. Avon, but can we buy from here? Ooh, nectar! What is this? For tea drinkers, it's a sweetener. For poets, an inebriant. For singers, it's an enhancement, widening the vocal range by a valuable semitone or two. We are also doing okay for fuel and for, well, everything else at the moment, so we're all good. Our fuel and supplies will not sell for much. Ministry approved literature, I see, I see. It has been thoroughly censored. Nothing here is like to startle your maiden aunt or make her cackle. Alright, let's go back and hear some stories. Titania is cupped in the petals of a colossus orchid. Oh, it's not a butterfly. Heady or heady with scent, lured with color. An enclave of bohemians have made it their home, seeking inspiration in the wilderness of the Reach. The port unfurls itself, welcoming you ashore. This perfumed haven was intended for thinkers, artists, philosophers, and poets. Instead, you enter its main dome to find yourself surrounded by arguing bohemians and the unfinished shells of buildings in a variety of styles. Nobody looks happy, but everyone agrees it's someone else's fault. Let's meet with the mayor. First amongst founders, she gets Titanian's only office. And it's only available when the port is undamaged, which means you can get damaged. Okay. Titania's petals fill the air with a perpetual perfume, but eventually you become accustomed to it. Even so, the scent of the many flowers in the mayor's small office sends your senses reeling. Obviously unaffected, she sits behind a desk and gestures for you to take the other chair. Which I assume is the only other chair. What is this place? It is so dark, yet it has a lot of lush greenery. A spectacular place, isn't it? We couldn't believe that nobody else had colonized it after, well, whoever built all the crystal domes or spires. Honestly, I can't believe our luck. About work in the port, maybe? The mayor shakes her head. I think you'll find us most self-sufficient, Captain. Enjoy your visit, take in some poetry. If I think of anything that we might require, you will be the first to know. Why, thank you. And return to the main square. We shall write a report. What is Titania? Titania. A question with no easy answer. To the poets, a place of inspiration. To the stoneworkers, an untouched slab. To the playwrights, a blank page. A place of tranquility, of creation, and... Your interviewee pauses, suddenly looking worried. Do you hear buzzing? Apologies. Must get inside. You can't see or hear anything, however, and must assume it's just force of habit. Are the bees, like, just giant? Do they just take who they want back to their queen? Turn reward, hand your reports in. Yes. Alright, let's have a little looks about. The Jewel of the Reach. Light sparkles through the jeweled petals onto the marbled white paths. Wherever you explore, poets and singers perform their latest work, while artists peer behind canvases to try to capture the beauty in oil and chalk. In the horrors of the high wilderness, this is a place of safety, and wonder where nothing could possibly disturb the peace. What is that buzzing in the distance? Return to it later to see how it's faring, I see. Okay. A giant flower means we can't rule out the existence of a giant cabbage. There is a giant cabbage out there somewhere. The one true ruler of the skies. I look forward to seeing it eventually. Porphyry, the porphyry font. A veiled pavilion rests in the curve of one of Titanian's great petals. Let's go get ourselves a little bit of wine, shall we? They might even have mead. If there's bees and they do harvest from them, there might be mead. A veiled pavilion rests in the curve of one of Titanian's great petals. Here, the melancholy poet gathers stories from skyfarers. She then arranges to pass them on to any artist or writer willing to pay for inspiration to spur their brush or steer their pen. I have a lot of things. Oh my goodness, a moment of inspiration for 300 sovereigns and 250 experience. We don't quite have 5 sky stories. Maybe we could keep those for like 85 sovereigns for sky stories. They're not as good. And we don't have a captivating treasure. You need all this stuff for your ambition, I think. Oh, as in all of these bits. How do I view my ambition again? Affiliation, events, reputations, your soul. My offices, my journal, ambition. And write the story that defines the era. Because we ourselves want to be like that. So maybe I should say this. I will try to see how to do my ambition. Do I go back? Perhaps not right now, but I know you're there. So for now, we'll just continue onwards. We'll do a circle round back to New Westminster. Oh, not Westminster. Winchester, sorry. Westminster's in London. We haven't gone to London yet. We're getting close to leveling up. Okay. New Worcestershire. I just need to get close to things and it gives me extra XP. I see, ow! Oh, okay, I thought I could go over that for some reason. My goodness. Right, just go around this way. Don't... Oh, that took quite a chunk off. Just whiplashed it. Alright, terror is rising. Slowly. We're untroubled. We have no nightmares. So we shall continue on as we do. Can we go down this way? There must be an exit to the south. Or at least somewhere at the south. First step was 7 Sky Stories to 7 Tales of Terror. Ah, how do you see that? If I might ask. Or do you only see it when you're there? Can I click on this? No. Maybe it's only in port I could see that. You remember, you just have a memory. Far better than mine. Oh, more experience. It's getting a little bit prickly over here. I was trying to head south, but it seems like we're gonna have to go the long way round. Sure, we'll be fine. We have enough fuel and supplies for a bit. The undergrowth draws in. Sorry, I can't read that fast. The calls of unknown gargantuan beasts rattle your engine. Here, the reach runs wild. And there is no southernmost path, is there? Does not look like it. Oop. You fighting something? Yes! You are fighting each other. Oh my... Please don't shoot me. I assume that is the company and those, Ah, yes. The scouts. Oh, I didn't mean to press that. I would have just pressed back and just be like, I am not getting involved in this fight. Nor do I want to be caught in the crossfire. I'm very much just a looter at this point. I'm just hanging back and waiting. They can aim with their gun. Oh, I want that. It looks like you can actually aim. You can shoot any direction. Oh, I have to be facing things. That's so useful. They are very steady. Oh gosh, that was a bit close. Excuse me, sorry. Let me just get this little watchtower quickly. There we go. And then I'll just move in this direction a little bit. Who seems to be winning? Oh, you do not seem to be doing well. Neither of you do. Should I just help out? Should I be patriotic and just help out a bit? Oh! They seem so strong. What the? Oh, excuse me, excuse me. I do exist here. Hello? Hello. My goodness, this fight has taken forever. Let me help you. There we go. See, that wasn't all bad. The tactics favor scrappy, versatile engines that, when not skirmished with company vessels, can serve double duty as traders, messengers, or transport. Pillage their stores for fuel and supplies. This looks like a far-ranging engine, likely to be well stocked, but you'll have to search quickly. Fire ahead already belches from the ruined scout's windows. Ah! Thank you for the follow, Cookie. Thank you very much. And also welcome. We have enough crew. We have a 72% chance of this being successful. Let's give it a go. Success! Nice. My hold is almost full. Okay. We have a lot of things now. I thought I was already following. That happens, doesn't it? You think you're already following someone, you're like, I'm not? Hold on, give me a moment. We cannot do this. We must be following. What is wrong with me? Things, Delta Wolf, hello as well. Both of you, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I hope you're doing well. Please take your time to relax. Onwards. Did you take the other ship out while I was fighting? You gonna take that? Nope. I can pillage it for myself. I don't feel like we need the repair. We're doing okay, so let's just take its cargo. And now we have a barrel of unseasoned hours. My goodness. What does that do? Barrel encased in beeswax and stamped with the ministry's mark. Its contents sigh like the tide. I guess we can sell it? Maybe. Cool, you seem pretty beat up, so I'm just gonna ignore you and continue on my way. Good fight, jolly good show. Alright, there seems to be a path potentially down this way, which we can go along. And will take us to New Winchester. I nearly said Westminster again, but that's in London. Where I am. There I am. I'm up there. Hey. To be extra British, I may need some cheese and crackers in a moment because I am getting quite hungry. My belly is rumbling. You know what? We're not gonna fight this close to neutral soil. You don't need to know about your friends. Alright, that was calm down. But it's tasty. It's so very tasty. Also, let's just slow it down a bit. Maybe realign ourselves a bit. Can we get in this way? There we go. Oh! I meant to press R there. Oh, there we go. There we go, the company house. We've got quite a few to report in. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, I will deliver my reports. Which gives us 300 sovereigns to a total of 552, so we might be able to buy some upgrades now. Some very minor upgrades, but still. Alright. What would we like to do? We could get some gossip. Company keeps entire cabinets of stamped permits to smooth a variety of dealings with Albion. And trade favor for an invitation to Prudence. For exceptional service, the Winwood Company offers invitation to the Eternal Mask. Is it Mask at Prudence? Where Albion's brightest youths dwell within a single day. Prudence? That's gotta be a place. You could trade favor to affect the balance in the Reach. If you have provided the company with a great deal of information, you would rather they used it to straighten the Empire's hold on the Reach. I see, I see. So I can just keep accumulating this. I would need 5 for that. We can try to get an invitation. Could be fun, I guess. See what it's like. The Prudence Secretary smiles thinly. A party, yes, what fun. They hand over an invitation and inform you that if you wish to make use of it, you'll need to go to Albion through the relay at Port Prosper. Okay. From here, I think I am all good. You are simply the only person here. That is fair. I'm gonna head on over to the new, which one was it? Winchester. And quietly dock. We still need to gather a lot of things, so we can't actually do whatever it is we were planning to do. Write up stories. There we go. Hub ports. Return to a major port like New Winchester, yes, or London will greatly reduce your terror, providing that at least 15 days have passed since you last visited. Oh my goodness, it's been 15 days. Oh, and someone's selling beasts, it would seem. Okay, first I would like to see how much upgrades will cost. So very much. Keep some sovereigns around for picking up bargains. I haven't quite figured out what consists of a bargain yet. So by the looks of it, we cannot really upgrade. Requires iron at 25. Ooh. Fix +1 butchery. Oh, mining as well. We have come across a couple of treasures that we haven't been able to mine. Anything standing in the bazaar section is below market price. In most places, correct? Okay. Prospects available. Oh, nectar. Or literature. For Traitor's Wood, the Somerset students camped in the dark wood require fresh material for their continued studies, entertainment, and occasional roughage. They've requested 5 consignments of ministry-approved literature. I did see that being sold somewhere. Can we just accept both of these? Sure. Because we know where both of them were. Yeah, per Durance. Have we been? We must be into one of them. Or perhaps not. Where was the literature we saw? Did I hear people use the book as occasional rubbish? Apparently so. Markets, we're all good. This... We can't trade in... Can we trade in our ship? Is that why it's cheaper? Who knows? Well, that's just not healthy. No. Alright, stories. Let me read up again what I need for the ambition. 7 tales. Yes, you did say. Tales of horror and tales of sky stories. We need both. Okay. So we will keep hold of those then. I see. The navigator could be useful. 100 could be okay. This will give you the Fortunate Navigator, a first officer who increases your iron by 6, your veils by 2, and your affiliation establishment by 1. What is our current affiliation? Levels. We're pretty villainous. We've got 1 in establishment and 1 in academia. At the moment. My iron will start to get close to the levels of my mirrors. But we do not have a first officer yet, so we may as extra boons. Extra boons are always useful. And as long as we don't die, we'll be good. You won't regret this, Captain. The navigator pumps your hand. Fist bump. He is an ethereal, a people descended from ancient Mongolians and led by the Ego Khan, whose technology opened the door to the skies. Passing Skyfarer tussles the navigator's hair. For luck, the woman says with a grin. Navigator rolls his eyes. She's from my last crew. They thought I brought them luck. I didn't, but I'm still a good hire. Onwards! I'll take that. Also, can I look at the beast, please? A touted posted by the station advertises the servitor of Mr. Minagari, purveyor of fine scouts. Oh, it's scouts. Okay. An accompanying picture displays a tall cloaked figure, slightly stooped, clutching an array of adorable little beasts close to its long chest. Okie dokie. Oh, we don't have any secrets. We cannot get a little... Is that a gerbil or a hamster? We cannot get anything. What's a star smitten bat? It nestles in the crook of his neck, burbling happily. Its eyes gleams with pale fire, like one who has looked too long at a star. Star smitten bat has good range, returns after finding one discovery, and conveys little information about what it finds. It requires mirrors of 25 or more to use. It's a guinea pig. It's a cute little guinea pig. The intrepid Kavi has good range, returns after finding one discovery, but conveys more information about what it finds. Requires mirrors of 45 of more to use. We had 30 plus 6, I believe. And this one requires 65 mirrors. We do not have a condemned experiment, my goodness. My goodness, searing enigmas. We don't have any savage secrets or anything like that. But the ratronaut, has good range, can find up to 3 discoveries before returning, but conveys little information about what it finds. That would be so useful, but we cannot quite afford it because we do not have everything. Not today, good sir, but thank you. We are moving elsewhere soon, but we will leave a note saying where we have gone. We will have more things to show and stories to tell. It turns away, humming an eerie tune to itself as it gathers up its things for the next leg of the journey. Okay. And that's the note of where they're going next. I'm just gonna leave it there. We'll just leave it. Because I don't think I'll be discovering anything like that quite anytime soon. We've got 8 crew. I think we're okay for the time being. Because if we have an event where we lose 2 crew, that will be at our minimum. But we've only been losing on partial successes though, 1 crew at a time. Alright, I feel like I really should be heading towards London soon. What exact direction was London again? Where is our new London? I'm just gonna go into this area. You can only hire crew every 50 days, so it's good to top up when you can. Really? I did not know this. Okay, because it gave us the option to hire crew. Maybe I should do that now then. Maybe I should do that now. Also, I did have things I could potentially sell. I'm not too sure. Marketplace selling, yes. My goodness, look at all this stuff that you can potentially get. Pane of stained glass, dried tea, things like that. Bronzewood. And a barrel of unseasoned hours for 80. Where would that be best sold, I wonder? Although, maybe I should sell it now, because it is taking up space in my hold. And we don't have a lot of room. Boop. I didn't mean to fully go out, sorry. Doc, get back. There we go. What I was doing was crew. Hire a few crew. How many will that give me? Now, always workers eager to leave the filth and grime of the porch. You can have your pick. 2 or 3. Well, I only need 2. 40 sovereigns, that's okay. I'll hire a few, thank you. You'll receive another opportunity to hire crew in 15 days. Okay. So we maxed out our crew. It's all good. We should really be heading to London. You can wait for prospects if you're greedy. That is true. Actually, the prospect was to go up here and get some... basically beeswax. Or honey. Kind of things like that, which I assume they would sell up there. But I do also want to continue with the story and get to London. Maybe we can discover London first. Let's start exploring a little bit while we're still doing okay. While we haven't scared ourselves silly. The prospects will always be there. Oh, right. Imagine Anna going to harvest honey when she could just hand herself in on account of how sweet she is. Oh my goodness. Oh. I don't feel like it was in a southern direction. London. But we shall just explore a little bit. Actually, scout. Whee! It has found something! Oh, I didn't mean to press that again. I meant to press C. And it's found something else! Oh, okay, it found 2 things. Let's go this way then. I guess you can use scouts even if you've discovered or uncovered all the map. You can use them to find things like treasures as well, maybe? Once we've upgraded enough to mine and to butcher and all those kind of things. This close to the Mother of Mountains, the sky grows cold, your crew don coats and gloves. Oh, is this like the Mountains of Madness? Is that where we are? Is that what is going on? Okay, we're heading quite a bit south now, so let's try to work our way back around to where that other question mark is. Oh! My goodness, No, we're all good here. I don't have a butcher's bit, so... I will just leave you be, if you would leave me be. For now, at least. What is this? Just some more rocks. The real treasures were the taxes we paid to the Empire along the way. Yes, of course. It goes back into the treasury. We are getting closer to back up there. Oh, a little scout over there. Now it's getting attacked. You have fun with that. I might just find this question mark and then turn around to see how that fight is going. What did our scout find? Are we nearly there? Oh, a grave point. Hello. Ah, but we cannot explore it. Now, I'll ignore that fight. We'll just continue up this way. We'll get out of this cold, frigid area. they do. Ooh, that's a lot of rock. Hopefully nothing I can collide into. Seems to be all beneath. We do not have the mining, we did not buy that. So we shall not be mining today. Hare's Hope! Is this somewhere we can perhaps land? No? No, it seems not. We shall continue on then. Let's scout a little bit more. Did you find something? What has it found? Ah, a new place. Perfect. Let's just head over there. Cottage searchlights play across the clouds. They cast wild shadows, hallowed in pink and green. Oh. What is this place? Perma and Plenty Circus! We found a circus! Alright. A new port! Yes! Oh yes, the people did remind me previously, and I reminded myself today to do reports and things. Gotta do the reports. Anything in the shops? Oh, circuses. We do need... Do we need that still? We do need those. So we'll take them. We may need some more supplies as well while we're here. Our fuel is always doing pretty decent. Ah, but we cannot get fuel here. Nada da. A traveling circus has settled here, too afraid to go further. And too afraid to turn back. Its clanking, gaudy locomotive scavenges such audiences as it can from nearby homesteads and delivers them for an evening of shabby, desperate, big top magic. Clay pipe clamped around his teeth. What exactly would you do on my ship? I need a mascot or a quartermaster. A signaler. Ah, okay. Ooh. And you want stories. We've already got this man here. Perhaps another time. Oh, and he's here with his creatures, but I do not have everything necessary to get a new creature. For now, we shall just go to the circus. The greatest show, that's what the adverts promise. The reality is not impressive. Aside from the big top that dominates the circus, the place is shabby, poorly maintained, and even more poorly attended. Bored-looking circus folk run rotting booths. The clowns painted on smiles are no match for the deep-set misery behind the grease paint. Even the gliding music playing on a rundown piano is more grimly resolute than cheery. Bored urchin in a dusty top hat waits to take your money. 10 could be a laugh. We'll write a report first. The big top looms dramatically in the fog of the reach, but is not nearly as imposing as a massive obelisk floating nearby. Some enterprising soul has hung bunting between it and the big top. As for the circus itself, outside of the performers, it is practically deserted. You may be the first new face in the audience in quite a while. Two tickets to the circus for amusements, and 2 tickets to enter the big top. And I cannot speak to the ringmaster because I am not familiar enough. We could get a couple of tickets. Maybe the amusements. Maybe we can go see the amusements. The big show, not so quite like. You get 5 tickets from work purchase. Take it. Take it. Easy. No, easy. Good deal. We could do both. We could do both. We can have fun. The greatest show. No one in the meager audience displays any enthusiasm, not even when the ringmaster thunders in on a horse drawn Calliope. It is Calliope, right? I'm gonna take a quick swip. Then come the acts themselves. Oh dear. Celeste, oh my goodness, 2 raids at once? Kuriyama! And oh my goodness, Celestial, hello! Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you very much, both, for the raid. Give me 1 moment. Out, there we go. Let's hope this works this time. It did! My goodness. Ice, thank you very much for the follow. Also a hydrate. I will do that again. Thank you. Shaka, 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 shaka. What an on-topic raid. Yes. I will do another shout out as well. Kuriyama. There we go. What were you guys playing? Were you playing Terraria together? That's amazing. Oh, I haven't played Terraria in so long. Also, if you need to hydrate yourself, thank you very much for the hydrate, Celestial. Please do. Rest if you need to and all that. You're playing it modded. Amazing. How is it going? It is all good, thank you. How's Sunless Skies? This is my first time playing it, and I'm really enjoying it. Hence why it's nearly 5 hours in. But yes, for those new here, hello, my name is Anna Frey. I'm your sentient space cabbage. Here to have fun, play games. Sundays is very much space games, 7 a.m. BST. Thursdays is miscellaneous kind of games from 7 p.m. BST. Thank you very much for popping along. Use the session you're in is not as painful as last time. Has it been very difficult before? Is it sometimes random as well? I never really got far in normal Terraria, so I'm not quite sure just how chaotic it can get. But welcome in, and we are just about to enter the circus. The humiliated magician's trapdoors failed to open, leaving his glamorous assistant notably unvanished. The bereaved acrobat swings from a single trapeze, the other hangs lonely and unused. The pensive clown's fire-juggling act ends in disaster, and not the humorous kind. The less said about the lion tamer, the better. He should recover. We gained a story for that though, that's good. We need more of that. And we lost 2 tickets. Alright, let's do the amusements as well. Let's have a little look at the amusements in this circus. You spend some time watching the sideshow attractions. The amazing Invisible Flea Circus is immediately disappointing. The circus strongwoman, on the other hand, is arguably too good for the place, effortlessly raising all manner of heavy things over her head. The problem is that she makes it look so easy that the audience just shrug. It seems like the only thing she cannot lift is the mood. The circus staff is starting to recognize my face. Ooh. Perhaps if I was to buy some more tickets. Oh, they're nowhere to be seen though. That's such a shame. A scribbled note, back in, it says, followed by an indecipherable scribble. How useful. Well, I guess I have 2, perhaps we should come back later. What we have visited the circus and seen what there is to see. We have bought their goods as well. New burgers available in 30 days. My goodness. That's quite a way off. Let us be off for a little bit more exploring. They do have supplies, but we do still have 2. So I think we could probably make it. We will need to go to Avon at some point. But for now, I think I want to just complete this loop a little bit. Maybe we can head there later. You can take a facet. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I did not quite see that there. Smoggy streets. What do we want to increase? Should we continue to try and increase our mirrors? Very much just being a one-trick pony at the moment. Curry raid! Ooh, curry. Oh, curry. That sounds good right about now. Oh, I'm starting to get hungry. Starting to get very hungry indeed. Anybody want to get me curry? Let's see. I do want veil. Do I want veil? I want mirrors more, don't I? Mirrors and iron. Wait. Wait. What did I say? I know, right? Nom 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 nom. No, oh my goodness. I don't. Now, this is a problem. What do I call you? I just noticed your name. What do I call you? Do I call you Panty or do I call you Idiot? Or maybe just Ka. Well, which one is better? Pero also okay. Just put curry on the throne wish list. I am ever so slightly tempted. Pero it means dog. Oh no. Or it's a mean dog. Who knows? Right, I'm gonna go for mirrors and iron. Because those are the two I am trying to just become an expert in almost. You lost your mind once. They put you in a splendid hotel managed by a cheery gentleman who would determine when you could leave. How colourful the other guests were, how red the curtains, how gold the fittings, how secure the locks. Eventually you were allowed to leave, but was your recovery genuine? The other option is funnier though. Through trial and error and determination, you learn to tell what is from what is not. The manager said he was sad to see you go. Yes, you're feeling much better, thank you. Or no, you just learned to lie. We got better, apparently. There we go. British. Yeah, I'm British. You've never seen red cabbage before. Well, now you have. Hello. The sky here is scarred by old battles. Wreckage crusts it like scabs. Oh. Let's not bump into anything and damage ourselves while we're at it. We have yet to see any unfathomable terrors, so I think we're doing pretty okay. Though I would like some terrifying stories at some point. Alright. Let's just send out our little bat. The scout has nothing to report! My goodness! Okay, then we shall just continue on. I think I'll go to Titania because I needed to pick up something like honey. What exactly was that name? What exactly do we need? Nectar, there we go. Oh, from Magdalena, so not from there. We need to go over here. Not a lot of that. I have a horror story for you. One day Anna had to leave the house at short notice. Oh no. Oh, I hate that. Not at short notice. Oh, deliver it to there. Okay, we could probably go to Titania. That's the place with the blossoms, and then deliver it there, and then kind of just work our way back. That seems like a good idea. That seems plausible. Green as emeralds. Perfectly beautiful. Reminds you of the Dredge game, a boat. I have seen that. I ended up putting it on my wish list. I know it's on sale now, but I do have quite a few games to get through already. So I'm not really in a position to be playing more at the moment. Oh, where's the entrance here? It's not in this direction, I see. Turn around. And go this way. I have a few short games that I want to play at some point. But I do feel like this, Sunless Skies, is going to be quite a long one. So I'm very much looking forward to it. Let's see, is it this way? Oh, there is a graveyard. Having too many games. Also can't decide what to play. Not to mention the mood as well. The what takes your fancy. Exactly. Alright, turn off cruise control and let's just go over here. The wreck gleams with frost. Its windows are dark, its engines silent. Perhaps something of value lies within. We have a 70% chance of success. That's not too bad. Is there a Leviathan on this game or in this game? A big fishy? I have not yet seen big horrors of the skies, but I'm sure there will be at some point. Give it a go. We failed. Oh no. We lost a crew as well. Well, it's good. It's good we got some when we last stopped off. Yikes. It happens. Who is it this time? We've had Jimmy, Andrew, I think a Jessica. I think Jessica was lost today. Very unfortunate. The crew attach cables to the wreck to hold it steady as they pry apart the doors. A sudden gust of wind rocks both vessels and the young man strained at the pry bar slips. He cries out, his hand mangled on a torn edge of metal. He's likely to lose his fingers. The treasure retrieved from the hold be a little comfort to him. Oh, did we just lose it? They didn't straight up die. They just lost their fingers and all that and are useless. My goodness. Oh, something precious has been concealed. Yes. It's definitely not Pandora's box. It's only 12. Only 12 sovereigns. That is honestly not that great. Oh, they're attacking us. Oh. Excuse me. Alright, I need to make sure that I can remember the exact controls. Alright, get closer. Ooh. Naruhodo. There we go. Attack at an angle. Haha. There we go. We will fill the whole sky with our dead, do you think? I'm just gonna take them out. I'm just gonna take them out. It's fine. Oh, I dodged straight into that. My apologies. My apologies. Not the fingies. Not the fingies. Also, Also, pero. My goodness. Useless Yokoi. You're not useless Yokoi. You're Yokoi, and I appreciate you being here. Captain, the ship got old. Nah, it's fine. Just put some duct tape on it. It'll be fine. I would like to just loot. I want all the loot. Give me the loot. More jewelry boxes. We've got some gossip. Interesting. That could be traded in for something at least. Alright, cruise control. Let's just casually take ourselves around the edge of this part here and dock. Did I get any calls? I've got messages. I usually have a phone call today, but I phone back at a reasonable time. I just want to play some more games. I just want to play a lot, that's all. There you go. Just casually fly through the jungle. Nothing's gonna hurt us, right? I said nothing's going to hurt us, right? What is that? I have never seen that before. Ooh, okay, go straight to it. They're thrashing by the window. Bright-headed Pandoran eels. Ooh! Oh, we have no butchery, so we cannot scoop them up. That's a shame. You can't find one of your cards, one of your Magic the Gathering cards. Oh, here we go. Let's go around this side of it. We may not have discovered everything about this place. The stream is suspiciously long. Have you been smuggling hours? I mean... how would you know? You have no proof. We're also gonna have to get some more supplies while we're here. Let's just cruise on in to the dock. You put it somewhere you don't know where that somewhere is. It's under siege, the bees. Titania is under siege. Chorista bees flood its streets of petals. The thrashing of their wings is the drumbeat of apocalypse, and the people flee in panic from their mighty stingers. But there is no safe harbor, no respite. All is lost. How much percent chance? 84. Come on. Come on. Yes. Silence in the space of half an hour. Oh, we got one without having to buy it. Plain song drowns the lamination and the fury in the mind. All the world joins death's hymnal. Those who proudly defy their fate and those who beg for wretched mercy. Those who raise their arms, those who buckle their knees. The chorister hive takes the lyrics of poets yet unwritten. Young son's songs from lips now forever silent. It is only iron and fire that quietens the voice of carnage. But lo, the song ends only by its own accord. Once the nectar is gathered, the hive departs, and there is a lasting silence. My goodness. An hour in Her Majesty's treasury is an hour for the entire empire. I wish we could pay more taxes. My goodness. Alright, write a report, first and foremost. And then... first in the bazaar. Ah! This is literature. That can be brought here. My goodness, 120! Please hold. You want 3. How much are they buying it for? We can at least get the literature. But we need 5. Oh, and we don't have enough room. You always make money off prospects, I see. Well, I can't afford the nectar. I don't believe... Well, I could, but then I wouldn't be able to get the literature. And I feel like the literature... But it's further away. And also the literature is asking... We need to get more of the literature, which our storage can't hold at the moment. Because all we need to do is buy 2 of these, because we've already gathered one. And then we can also buy some more supplies. We can max out our hold, but that's most of our money. But we should get that money back. Where do we need to go for this? Ah, the place closest, so that's good. Yes. We shall... I will do that. We do also need to go to Avon to sell these seeds, so we could probably do that kind of circuit again. Might be a good idea. There's an art exhibition on. Why, yes, I will go. Titanian's largest petal hums with activity. The melancholy poet, rhapsodic mayor and stone-faced sculptor have brought their best students together to showcase their work. They stand at a respectful distance, glaring at each other. Basking in culture. You spend several pleasant hours surrounded by art, much of it painted with pigment sourced from the Reach's unique flora and inspired by the chorister bees. Once the visitors have moved away, however, they immediately launch into lengthy diatribes on the many ways they could have done better. Of course. The port unfurls itself, welcoming you ashore. What remains of the port now that the hive has departed? The crystal domes are cracked, the buildings beneath them lie in ruins. Survivors pick through the rubble for salvage, while a philosopher proclaims on the nature of destruction and rebirth. The more practical poets glare daggers in their direction as they attempt to rebuild. The damage from the chorister hive doesn't appear to have dampened the mood. Diatribes? Maybe? A new star for Titania. 2 of Titanian's most prominent citizens are arguing about the new direction of the port. Post-B-apocalypse. Diatribes. As I said, my pronunciation. The rhapsodic mayor is disinclined to be the deciding vote. Does that mean we have to do it for them? Ooh. We have not visited to either place, so we cannot choose. Does that mean we missed an opportunity? The tree part is tried. Diatribes. 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 Diatribes? Where's that reading? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Captain, perhaps you could help settle a little matter for us. We've agreed that we need to choose one style and stick with it, but... She sighs, gesturing at her fellow council members, the melancholy poet and stone-faced sculpture. Well, we find ourselves at an impasse. Your thoughts? I don't know. Can I come back at a different time? Perhaps not. Ah, it would seem not. Well, I messed that up. We shall do our circuit quickly. You can choose later, thank goodness. I didn't want to pick, I didn't want to be the neutral in her. I wanted to actually pick something that time. But I simply did not have the options available to me. because I've just been staying in like a close circle for the time being, I do want to upgrade my ship and things like that eventually. We haven't even made it to London yet. I need to rediscover which direction London was in. Those places are different maps. You can scroll through them on the chart screen. What? My goodness. Oh my goodness. They expected me to have already been there. Oh no. Am I just doing this very slowly? We shall pick later. We shall decide what to do later on. The wind here is still fierce. Oh, is there something glowing? Can I grab that? No, not quite. Okay. I'm doing this quite quickly, really. Should probably backseat less. Honestly, you've not given a lot away, so I think you're quite okay. Actually, I think that's the wrong direction. I think we need to be over here. Oh, sugar. Oh, that was definitely the wrong way. There we go. Just out we go. As I go into the pot. Oh my goodness. Anyway, hello. Yes, we are back again. I do have something to deliver. I do believe. Yes, hello, hello. How did I do this again? And was this the right place? Is this definitely the right place? An illicit store has been set up near the port, where the doctors and nurses settle off the property of captains in their care who require extensive stays. Okay, I might want to look at that a bit later. I think it's the bazaar. Oh, it doubled in price. That is very good. And all at once. Perfect. There we go. And sell. We got some more gossip. We got some experience. And you're briefly without terror. Loads of money. Loads of sovereigns. Which means we now have quite a bit. Oh, we need to do more of that. We need to make sure to pick those up more often. All right, first, I need to write my report, if I can. There we go, write our report. And I will take that. And we can speak with the watcher by the station. He stares at your crew as they disembark your engine. He turns away when none emerge holding anything. He is clearly agitated. Unlocked when you do not have a special delivery from London. And you must be at least level 4. This just sounds like a perfect opportunity. Sorry, the man apologizes. I didn't mean to stare, it's just we've been waiting for a delivery from London. Really important supplies. I don't suppose you might be heading anywhere near the relay to Albion? Would you? If you could check if anything's happened to it, we'd really appreciate it. Albion transit relay lies to the east. The east of New Winchester, near Port Prosper. So we haven't discovered. Is it right on the edge? Oh, I'm starting to think. I think I've started to understand this a bit. I needed to go a little bit further, it would seem, so we can head down over in that direction, if we so choose. Let's see. Where did we need to give this to, though? Do we want to do another round? I wonder. I think there was... We've talked to patients before. We've spoken to the host. I want to see the keepsake market. Purchase an otherworldly artifact or recruit crew. Or just time. To reduce a significant amount of terror. We don't really need that. How much will this treasure cost? 60? I'm not quite sure how worth that is. We could recruit someone for free. I feel like that would get us a lot of money, but we have these bits on the go, and that's doing okay money-wise for us, I believe. So free crew it is. Onwards to adventure. We're not terror or anything like that, so we're all okay. We may get ourselves a couple more supplies, because by the time we go to shop anywhere else, they will probably be gone. And then we'll probably just exit out of there. Have a good little look about. See where we want to go. Maybe we can reach the edge. But then we've got things to deliver. My goodness. Alright, I want to see if there's a shortcut through this way. In this direction, if there's a cut through. It may not be, but we may as well just check. No, it seems to be entirely encapsulated. Oh! Oh! Oh dear! Excuse me, sorry, is this place entirely encapsulated? Yes, it is. Should we join in on this fight? Yes. We shall. Oh, is your friend not... Oh, is your friend blocking your fire? Hey, why you... Hey! Hey, no friendly fire, okay? No friendly fire. Alright, we'll just take this one down first. Focus fire. Hopefully. Oh! Ah, was it quick enough? Ooh! That did quite a bit of damage. My goodness. Alright, spin around. Ah, wasn't quite good enough to fire there. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can reach it. There we go. Just quickly loot this. This looks like a far-ranging engine light to be well stocked. 82%. Partial success. We lost someone. We lost. Who did we lose this time? We got a Tale of Terror. Perfect. That's what we need. We got some fuel. We got some supplies. Ah, it's all good. That was a free crew. Dylan. We lost Dylan. His commander was stuck being healed. He's getting his soul healed, so Dylan came along, and then the instant he stepped outside, that was the end for him. Thank you, Dylan, for your service. May you rest in peace. Out his face. Oh, sorry, I did friendly fire there too. That is my bad. Alright, there we go. Oh, oh. Roll Britannia. Yes. Well, no, I think that would be classed as treason potentially, so not quite yet. There we go. Let me just take that. Here we go. Another 82% chance. What could possibly go wrong? There we go. See? Our hold is overweight. To be honest, fuel doesn't seem to be eaten up as much, so I'll just get rid of 2 fuel. Yes, I will jettison that. There we go. We shall stop fighting things now and try to go for a delivery. Excuse me. Wait, they're attacking me. Why? I'm helping you. I feel betrayed. Oh, the follows. Okay. Right, we're not going to attack each other, okay? We're just going to calmly parse through each other. The Enduring Dreadnought. Okay, we can make it this way. Yes, we'll try to avoid anything that gives us too much terror. And we shall hand off these seeds at Port Avon. Or Avon. Why do I say Avon? Why can I not remember how I pronounce words? Ah. Right, just around here a little bit. We are actually quite damaged. It's a little bit worrying. I think that's the most damage we've sustained at all throughout this game. Yep, we're still all good. We're still on our way. Gotta go take the bins out. Don't get sky-manded while I'm gone. I will try my best not to. We're just cruising on over slowly. Here we go. I think they would start attacking me sooner rather than later, as I am definitely showing where my allegiances lie. I wonder if anybody's gonna get angry at me. Any of my crewmates are gonna start disagreeing with me on the matter. Yep, nearly there. Very nearly there. We cannot look at this thing here, for we do not have the right tools available, but that is what we are saving up for. Because once we have the right tools, we should hopefully be able to earn more. At least I would hope. Avon, hello. Let me just glide on in. There we go. Just glide in. Dock there. And we'll just do some selling. Alright, the bazaar. You want me to sell a sack of verdant seeds. To complete this prospect, supply 3. There we go. Perfect. 150 experience. How much do we need to level up? Oh, we need to get to 4,000. Okay, my welcome is also now 6. So they're very happy to have me here now. Well, they're not turning their nose up at me. Fuel is okay. Maybe we could do one more? Man, I think I'll be fine. I think I'll wait. Oh, a small armament slot. Is there different ways of firing then? Auxiliary, bridge, plating. Does that mean we can only have one kind of tool at a time, or does it take up these kind of slots instead? What is going on here? I should write up my report first and foremost. Newspaper delivery, quite so. We can increase our welcome, but I think I'm okay for the time being. The village green, there are many places. The auroral. Someone has grafted brass wheels to the carcass of an old armory. and impaled its top with a jaunty damask umbrella. A man stands behind it, flesh and finery, the colours of the dawn, shepherding customers through their sampling of wines. Sweet wines, sour wines, subtle wines, and sinful. Spirits of every vintage, save, of course, the Hesperian cider. He gives a small, sad laugh. I know, because I looked. This is the only place with real apples, but even here, that cider eludes me. A rare vintage unheard of and unseen since London. This merits investigation. Closer, closer, come listen. Come here, come close and listen. You effervescent thing. Effervescent? I have a story. An associate of mine. He once gave me a sip of it. One golden drop to place under my tongue. And my life was changed. Carnivorous pleasure steeps in his voice as he speaks. I went back to the store immediately, of course, but the price was too much. And then eventually the dreams drained away, and now I'm here, serving wine to drunks. His laughter is black and bitter, but the auroral sommelier gives you the address nonetheless, just in case. If you decide to risk the same grief, savor it for me. Ooh, searching! Apparently purchasable from an unusual shop in London. Does that mean we have that as a quest kind of thing now? We do. My goodness, we have so many. Ah, the completed are in the same column. Okay. So we're up to here, it would seem. Alright, just close that down again. The village green. Take a relaxing stroll around the village or watch a cricket match. We can watch some cricket. Unlock when heirs of Port Avon. Villagers doze in the soft light, newspapers over their faces. The great game. Is there a more restful way to spend an afternoon? You sink into the glacial rhythm of overs and innings. You enjoy the parabolic descent of the ball into a fielder's waiting hands. You admire the gnomic pronouncements of the umpire. Wow. Terror has fallen. You're wearing out your welcome. I see. That's what that means. How much welcome do I have left? Right, we have the inn. We have the ruins, which I think we didn't have much of a chance with yet. No. Not at all. And neither of those I'm actually aiming towards, so it might be a while till we could actually do that. Oh, we can read fiction. We can perhaps... No, it's not quite gambling. It's your constitution saving throw. I see. Made from real apples from the world you left behind. Careful now, a local wants you. Publicity. Perhaps not. Perhaps I shan't overstay my welcome here. I think we've got all that we wish. I don't need jumble of undistinguished souls. So I guess... Where would we be off to now? Sorry, wrong button. Like, we could go back to New Winchester and hand everything in. And I may leave it there then. If I do that, then I won't forget to hand in all my reports. There we go. So I think I will head on out. Try to remember the way. Let's go this way. There are some unexplored areas along the way this way. So we shall head in this direction. Go to New Winchester. Deliver our reports for some cash. Maybe see about upgrading. Who knows? And then that will probably be it for today. Because I have been streaming for quite a long time now. Much more than I usually do. And I do have other things to attend to today. But I definitely am enjoying this game. Go to Winchester, have a pint, and wait for all this to blow over. Exactly. Exactly, chicken. That's the British way. And we got some fuel. I'm glad I didn't buy any extra then. Oop. Why did my autopilot go down? Ah, because I accidentally pressed forward. That would explain it. Anything of interest here if I get close? Not quite. And if we press tab, yes, we can go around this way. Though it doesn't seem like there's much to discover here, so... we shall just ignore you for now. I'm just gonna go around this way. Might need to discover that lighthouse eventually soon, but we will have to head back here. What does this even mean? What does this symbol mean? Something to crave. Ooh. But I do believe we don't have enough or any equipment to deal with anything like that. Thank you for the head pass. Pat, 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 pat. Thank you. Oh, do not crash. There we go. Let's go hand in our reports first. We have done quite okay for fuel. So I think we're doing quite okay. Maybe we can get some new prospects, things like that. Still sane, Captain? Maybe I'm not. I'm soon thinking about finishing this stream. Oh. Yep, don't crash into that, please. There we go. The horror, quite. Alright. I would like to deliver my reports, please. Which means we've got 400 sovereigns. Quite a lot of... what is that? The company's gratitude and such. We've already got an invitation which we have not done yet. And we do not... is that once? I'm not accumulating the gratitude. Unless it was more that I spent it all last time. I cannot quite remember. I will just be on my way for now. Thank you. I finished stream and I really can't do anything. Oh dear. You spent it. I did spend it. Okay, I spent everything that I had. For some reason I thought I had one extra left over, but it turns out I did not. Alright, let's just sidle on in. Over here, down here. Maybe have a look at what we can potentially buy as an upgrade. Because that would be quite nice. Although I did notice they were a little bit expensive, so we'll see what we can afford. There we go. Oh! Incognito princess. My goodness. Right, first I want to do some shops. So there's some prospects. 5 barrels of unseasoned hours. Oh, okay, that's the one we found and I sold it. Maybe I should have kept hold of that. You are right. I did sell it before I do, I think. But I will put it into the bank as future reference now that I know if I ever find anything like that. Deliver to the ringmaster. Okay. How are we doing on prospects? How many do we have? We only have one to do. So I will claim that for now. The engineers. The slot type, is that heavy? How do I differentiate between heavy and light? We could get some cozy cabins. Does that mean we get more? I don't have enough veils. Heavy has wings. Thank you. What do we currently have? Hold on, where is this? Yeah, so we need maybe a small one to help. We do not have the veils necessary. We have the irons necessary for a good canning system, which could potentially also mean we can get our own supplies if we go kill those fish-like creatures. They're not fish though, they're more like... what are they called? Woodlice. They're more like woodlice. They've got their shells. We do not have veils. That, I assume, that is not heavy? That looks like it would be heavy though. Maybe the smaller is just smaller. Hold on, can I? Unequip. Oh, it's a small armament slot as well. It's both small. I see. Oh. Ah, this makes sense. Okay, we could increase our efficiency. Oh, is that efficiency or just worst? Oh. And it requires a crew at +6. Okay. It consumes more fuel. Hold on. Surely it's just better to go slower. That's a more economical way to do it, right? And what is this? The secret of success in life is to be ready for opportunity when it comes. A mine. Okay. And how much heat it takes. Laboratories that flush. My goodness. +4 quarters. I think we're quite okay. I don't think we need any more crew anytime soon. I can't believe that the most intriguing thing here is that. It gives us +4 to hold. That gives, so does that mean it gives us 4 more slots to hold things? Well, technically not slots. This is our hold, correct? It's not showing up. So surely that really is good. Weights is 10. How do I know what is too heavy? The extra plating is nice for not dying. Well, the bronze wood shielding. What does it exactly do? +10 armor. Is that our armor? Is our health our armor? No, that's our hull. So what is our armor currently? Is it just nothing? Because that is a plating slot. It's just extra health. Okay. Does this increase? Oh, that just gives us +1 butchery though. I wouldn't be able to fully afford everything, but we can always come back, right? We're staying quite close to home still, so we can definitely come back to grab things at a later date. I just don't want to get the bare bones basic when I can get the better. What else? I was also gonna just look at air. Ooh. Okay, yeah, it's very, very expensive. What does this represent? Fuel efficiency. Ah, so you want that to be less, but it can hold less people. And has less storage. And less armor. Where is my armor stat on this thing? Oh, it's the slot, not less armor. Okay. No, hold on. So yeah, you want... Wait, do you want it to be less? You want it to be... You do want it because it's times 1 point. Higher is better for fuel efficiency. Okay. Nothing is fuel efficient. But then I guess it... Wow, these are very expensive. It makes up for a lot more. Such as heavy weapons, more things, health, storage, people. Yep. But at the moment, we will just stay on our little one right here. I know more armor is good, but I haven't been fully struggling just yet. And I feel like more storage to be able to collect more things. Oh, what do I do? Maybe it would be better for armor when we go further out. Maybe that would be good to get now because we're just staying close anyway. We'll get them all eventually anyway. We'll grab one of these. Canning is good too. It's so good. Like... we can transport more with this. How much would that leave us with? I don't mind having this. Canning's pretty good. There we go. And we have the iron for it as well. So yeah. We are one. Wait, no, we're good. 500. I thought it was 550 for some reason. Don't mind me. We can get some treasures somewhere, okay? We'll be fine. Although you did say to keep it. We'll just go around. Just dodge. Just dodge. Just dodge. How close are we? We have 3 there and 4 of that. So we need to find more stories. For now, what are you? A first officer. We do already have a first officer. Oh. Who gives us iron veils and establishment. You give me mirrors, hearts, and boom. I'm just staying with this guy for now. Yes, I think I am a-okay with where I am. And I am finally gonna leave that there because I have been streaming for quite a long time. Nearly 6 hours, my goodness. This has got to be one of my longest streams on my normal timeline. Please do not cry. I will be back, don't you worry. But thank you very much for popping along. This has been great. I love another game that I really like, and I'm glad I was in the mood for it as well. Though I am getting quite hungry now. Please stop crying. Tofu, stop crying. Thank you for the stream, Anna. Thank you, Yoko, for popping along. You too, Chicken. Everybody else, thank you for the raids. I really do appreciate it. And we'll be heading off now. It's gone past lunchtime for me, so I'm going to grab myself some lunch. I am a very, very, very hungry cabbage. So everybody take care, rest well if you need it, hydrate, and all of that. And I shall see you on Thursday, which I think I will be doing some more Pokemon. So long, Anna. Have a good week, and I shall catch you again on Thursday. Shiny. Then you do take care of yourself, Shiny. Do take care. Alright, I will see everybody again Thursday. Take care, rest well, eat well. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Have fun.